No. Well, this is what people are thinking. Let me see. Any Met fan that puts Braves as the answer should pack his
That's inside.
These are your people. Braves are unstoppable. They're coming back, and Ozzy's coming back. The only issue is where to play.
Ozzy's coming back, and he's going to replace a player that's destroying the league.
I think
right
they'll
now.
put Grissom in the outfield and play him instead of Rosario and Grossman. They'll put those guys.
There's usually room there, but that's a good call. All right, good having you guys on the show. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's a good.
I got to go cover a doubleheader.
You going out? You're a hardworking man.
Yeah.
Do you like the walkthrough? Then you'd have to go to the walkthrough with the players.
The morning,
you'd have to do that. You're going to be in favor.
And I like getting to the ballpark early. I'm not going to succeed this time.
That's all right. Good job. No, you'll get there. It'll be easy. Thanks for watching. See you next time here on MLB Now.
We're coming in hot, but not as hot as this Gene Segura bat that he flipped down the first baseline when he knocked this walk-off single last night against the Marlins. Keith, my friend, was this the best bat flip of the season?
He called game, but no, you can't be the best bat flip off a single. It was cool, but
Context, walk off.
I love the two hands.
I like that he
invented,
called
right?
game and you just see the bat fly into the field, but no, it's just a single, bro. We're bat flipping everything now. People are bat flipping walks. It's not even top 10 for
I mean,
me.
the distance was
Hey, yo.
I mean, this is the thing for me was the fact that you're not even sure if the guy's going to score from second there. Bryce Harper was on second.
Yeah.
And it's
premature?
not like bases loaded. Yeah, that could have been premature bat flip right there. Could you imagine he gets Bryce Harper gets thrown out at home?
That would have gone
Not
under
top
worst
10.
bat flip of all time.
But we got something for you guys. Not only did he bat flip, he launched his jersey when he was done with this thing. This was one of my favorite parts of it. He just said, Jersey, just get out of here. Everything, bat, jersey, yeet. Look at that thing. Like, it's not easy to toss a jersey like that.
That thing's not very aerodynamic either. Just
Defying gravity.
the jersey top.
My favorite part is probably watching the highlight back and seeing a bat, but you're like, is that a bat? Is that a bat?
Right?
And
Out
where's
of
that
the corner of your eye. Yeah, you're like, what is that?
Exactly. And then you see the replay, you go, oh, he did flip the bat. No. At first, I really didn't know what object was flying out of the stand. Thought someone like
It's Philadelphia. It's Philadelphia. You never know.
You never know.
Just batteries.
But you know what? I can appreciate from a player's standpoint, the Real Mutual was walked right before him. So runners on first and second there, and he's like, man, they're gonna walk him and don't expect me to do what I do. Like he already had seven.
Exactly.
He's already had 7 walk-off hits. Like this guy knows how to play in the clutch. And so when you get that knock as a player, it's like, yo, I told you, like, don't do that to me. Respect me.
So would you rip your jersey off and throw it 2 feet?
Absolutely. I'd rip everything off.
everything.
Everything.
I'd wait
It's a
till-
yard sale
I'd wait
for
till he scores.
disrespect. Make sure he crosses the plate. You actually won the game, would you? Yeah. I think it's the context and the distance alone. That does it
My
for me.
goodness.
All right, I'm LG Red and off fate starts right meow. Listen, I'm a fan of Super Troopers. What do you want from me? What's going on, my friends? And welcome to this Hump Day edition of Off Base. Keith McPherson rocking the Savannah Bananas shirt. A little bit of foreshadowing because we have a big guest coming up a little bit later in the show. Jackson Olsen of the Savannah Bananas. So I like when you pander to our guests. It's smart.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out what to wear on the show that I haven't worn. And I haven't ever worn this shirt, so this was the perfect
You
time.
did it right.
Very well played.
You
It was
see the
under your
shorts, too?
bed.
You see the shorts too? Like
Oh,
A little green in the shorts.
Like,
and the
he's
shoes.
not playing around.
Boy, gotta color
not
coordinate
playing
out here, man.
And the headband.
The white headband.
He's
White and
always
green.
making it happen. Xavier Scruggs, as always, looking fresh. And our girl, first time.
So
Ariel
excited to be
Epstein,
here.
Rock Queen, welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to come on this show, just have a good time. I don't have to pick a winner, which is really nice.
I saw her in the makeup room earlier. She's like, I don't even have to prep for this.
We're like, well,
This is perfect.
I'm just rolling in. You're going to talk a little baseball.
Talk baseball, not have to handicap lines. This is nice.
It is nice, right? Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun on the show. Zero pressure, but
They're
yeah,
going to
we
ask
might
me
need
now at the end of the show.
Oh, for sure. I'm like, give me some of your
Well,
picks.
yeah,
There
I
we
want
go.
to know. I need to, because I need to start learning more. And I've been learning a lot watching the show, so it's cool.
Thanks for watching. No, we love it. Maddie V's awesome. And just being able to come join you guys on all these new shows that we have at MLB Network. I mean, you guys are awesome.
Well, right back at you. Thank you. Aw, all the feels. We'll talk about that a little bit later. All right, let's check out what's been moving the needle, starting in Steel Town, where the Mets entered the day tied for first in the NL East with the Braves, marking the first time the team hasn't been in sole possession of the division lead since April 11th. But Kyler Naquin had something to say about that there in the top of the fourth as he goes yard to make it 4-0. That was a 3-run shot. Weather looks to be holding up. And next batter, here we go. Eduardo Escobar was like, you know what, Naquin, I liked your home run, and I'm going to go ahead and raise you another one as he goes yard as well to make it 5-0. It's now 5-1, I believe, in the top of the ninth here. Guys, let's go ahead and just talk about what is happening in the NL East. Ariel, I want to start with you. I don't know if Mets fans are panicking yet, if their pets' heads are falling off quite yet. But is this more a product of the Mets playing well, or the Mets actually suffering at this point, or Atlanta just doing their thing?
Braves are playing so well right now, have the playoff experience to be able to make this final push at the end of the year. The Mets are banged up. You just lose one of your best players in Starling Marte getting hit in the hand last night. You have Max Scherzer now going on the IL. There's just so many issues right now, health-wise, with New York. Well, Atlanta, they were that team last year, still managed to win a World Series. They seem, knock wood, they seem to be doing okay health-wise, heating up at the right time going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I look at, just what you said. The Braves have been playing such great baseball all throughout the course of the season. From every single standpoint, they've been able to keep that margin of error like extremely tight.
Yeah.
And you look at other divisions like the Yankees, like they've had a large margin. Like, so if you think about the Mets, they've never been able to really breathe. They've always had, the Braves have always been right there. And I think when you look at being able to play that well, you don't give another team a chance to make errors, right? So the Mets, when you talk about their situation with not being healthy right now, I look at no offense really happening. We see it today, but no offense has been happening for the past few days as well. And Max Scherzer, if there's any issues with him, then you're looking at down the stretch, this is going to be tough.
Are you saying that's the dagger?
Yes, if you don't have a Scherzer, or if you didn't have any ace, not just the Mets, but any team, right? If you don't have your ace, then that's tough.
Keith, you did 5 hours of radio in New York last night. You were taking the pulse of Mets fans. Are they starting to panic?
Yeah, and I think it's funny how like Mets fans are trying to move the goalpost, right? With the word collapse. The Yankees lose 10 games on their lead. It's a collapse. They're collapsing. But no, this isn't a collapse. The Braves are just really good. The Braves are playing at 118 win pace. No, listen. The Braves have trolled these guys all season, knowing that this was inevitable, knowing that, hey, we on your heels. Like we're coming for you.
We're coming.
And now that they've done it and it's right there, man, I'm excited for the rest of this month. I think the Mets can still hold them off. I've been very supportive of the Mets. Like I said, they were going to beat the Dodgers. I think they can still win this division, but it's tough. Like Ariel said, when you're dealing with injuries, and then when you're playing down to your competition, you can't get smoked by the Nats back-to-back games and then go into this series against Pittsburgh and get smoked too. They have to play.
That's what the Mets do have going in their favor, though. They have the easiest strength of schedule going forward the rest of the year. Even unhealthy, you could hope that the Mets, as a Mets fan, you would say, we at least have an easy schedule going forward, where the Braves, they're, I think, around the 10th easiest strength of schedule going forward the rest of the year. Mets have more of the advantage.
But that can be deceiving, right? Because it's easy to look at, oh, these guys have only won 50 games. Yeah. But they're playing up to beat you. That's how the Yankees have to look at things too right now. And in New York, everyone wants to knock off the Mets and the Yankees, right? So for the Pirates, it's the World Series for them. They're not playing in October. But if they can get a couple wins off a first-place team, they're going to do that.
Well, this also has to be so satisfying for Braves fans, right? Because we keep framing this through the lens of a Mets fan, but like I said yesterday, let's talk about if you're a Braves fan. You're like, what more do we have to do? And our great researcher, Mark Sales, pulled some numbers for me. He said, guess what? If they were in the AL East, they would have a 3.5 game lead in that division. The West would still be back because the Dodgers are having a ridiculous historic season. But if you start looking at all this, you're like, dang, like you have a 14-game lead in the AL Central, AL West.
They don't lose.
Yeah, they would just be 2 games back of the Astros.
Let's also mention the fact that when you have a pitcher out like they lost with one of their aces, Mike Soroka, who never even pitched last year for the World Series run, isn't back again this year. You get a rookie in Spencer Strider come through, who currently, since coming up to start, has been leading the majors in strikeouts and K per 9. It's insane. He's on pace to do something for the first time since the 1800s, which is Spencer Strider averaging just under 14 strikeouts per 9 innings.
And it's not just Strider. You also look at Michael Harris II has now come up and solidified center field, right? He's been able to kind of match what you would expect to see from Ronald Acuna Jr. We haven't seen that this year. The pitching staff, the starting staff is unreal. Like they've done what they've needed to do in the biggest stretch of the season right now to help try to overtake that opportunity in that NL East.
Ariel, we asked this question yesterday. Who will win this division? We all threw out our 2 cents. What do you say? Who ends up taking this whole thing?
My brain says Mets. My betting brain says Atlanta's worth a flyer. Why not? If you get them in plus money, go for it. Take a little bit of the dog. That's the betting brain because it's so close right now. You have the 8 ball.
Yeah, the 8 ball. Will the Mets win?
Try again later. Try again later.
Hey, Mets fans, this is it for you. Let's see. It says most likely.
Ooh.
Wow.
They have
Our producer, John
There you
McVay, Mets fan, in my ear is so pumped.
They
They're
have
1
to.
out away
He rigged
from
it.
winning.
He rigged the 8 ball. He rigged it.
The 8 ball smoke. I don't know what to tell you. Meanwhile, down in Baltimore, this Jays O series, guys, it's kind of turned into like must-see baseball as the 2 AL East clubs are battling over that third wild card spot. Getting after it, right? Got exciting last night. I got cleared. So this is what happened. O's reliever Brian Baker struck out Matt Chapman yesterday to get, it was a big out too. It was 1st and 3rd, got out of the snow out jam. And then he stared into the Jays dugout. They took exception. But guys, as you look at the wild card standings, things are getting real. This series is exciting. Now, is this, Ariel, the best rivalry heading down the stretch?
Best is a strong word for the rivalry. However, I like that there are so many games left between these two. They also have really young players, which for a baseball fan and everyone talking about baseball and needing more excitement to the game, this is going to do that. Add excitement. You have a team in Toronto who is bottom 5 in youngest ages for any, or excuse me, Baltimore for the youngest ages for any team. Toronto, they're still up in the top 10, but they have a few older players that hurt their average. If you look down the lineup in Toronto, they're all pretty young too. Getting a bunch of young players to be heated over a race that's so meaningful, especially for Baltimore. Who would have thought the Orioles were going to be in the playoff hunt?
Not me.
Nah, I wouldn't have thought
My
that.
dad.
And honestly, it's just as meaningful for the Blue Jays. I look at both of these teams. Excuse me, the Blue Jays were a team at the beginning of the season. So many people had them picked to win the division. Like they thought with that team, and from an offensive standpoint, they're going to beat up everybody. From a starting standpoint,
Fired their manager.
Absolutely. Like, so they're just now starting to be that team that we might have expected. And the Orioles were a team almost the opposite. Like we didn't expect them to come out of that division at all. We didn't expect them to do anything. And they've been on everybody's heels, and they're going to cause what do they say? Cause chaos.
Chaos coming.
Chaos is coming.
Yeah, Blatty said last year was the trailer. This year is the movie. Well, the title of that movie is Chaos Coming. Because just how I said the Braves have been on the Mets' heels, the Orioles know, hey, we've got a bunch of games with these guys, and it's going to decide our fate. And like I just said, the Blue Jays firing their manager, it makes it more like serious, important for them not to miss the postseason this year. Expanded postseason, they barely missed it last year. Hey, if they got to go toe-to-toe with the Orioles, like it is what it is.
And I look at the Orioles, too, was a situation where at the trade deadline, you lost Jorge Lopez. You lost your closer. Trey Mancini has gone over and done his thing.
Soul guy.
So you get a couple of guys, a couple of pieces that were important. They're gone, but guys have stepped up. Like Adley Rutschman, what he's brought to the table for the Orioles has been unreal. He's been a dude.
Spark. That is a wild fire.
He's a dog. He's a dog.
Yeah, I keep
Gunnar Henderson up. Like they have some young guys that are ready to rock. Yeah. I mean, you don't need the papers. It's fine.
Mess today. All right, full disclosure. Let's get you back out to Steel Town for a quick update here in the first game of this double dip. Mark Hanna here I think he's going to pop out. Seth Lugo on the mound, by the way, for the final out of this game. So now the Mets have a half a game lead in the division.
Marquette is like, the lead is back.
Thank God.
Rough night last night for the Mets.
How about that? Chris Bassett, 7 innings, 5 hits. Okay, 1 run.
Yeah,
Our producer in the bullpen earlier said he was going to go 7 scoreless.
Despite the Scherzer, DeGrom talk, and like this guy, Chris Bassett, has been so solid. That trade that they made for him, like, I don't think people sing his praises enough, so I'm going to do it. When they need a good start, when they need somebody to stand up and give them length, it's Chris Bassett. Yeah.
Just did it against the Dodgers last week. Against the Dodgers, ends up going about, I think, 6 innings, gave up a run or 2 max to one of the best, if not the best lineup in baseball. Chris Bassett is a solid, another solid pitcher that if the Mets make this playoff run and potentially a World Series run, they are the last rotation in baseball I want to face in the World Series.
Well, that's the thing is the rotation. When they take care of business like Chris Bassett did, that's when you got to score runs. So hopefully they do the same for DeGrom.
You're much frank, Kenny, but Chris Bassett has won 8 of his last 8 starts. There's updated standings, guys. We have to go to break. Coming up next, how about this? I personally cannot get enough of this amazing celebration at the plate. Of course, it's the Savannah Bananas doing what they do best. We're going to get the man at the center of it all to chat with us. Jackson Olsen's going to join us after this.
Off Base is presented by SoFi. Bank, borrow, and invest all in one app.
My relationship with my credit cards wasn't good. I got into debt in college, and no matter how much I paid, it followed me everywhere. Between the high interest, the fees, I felt trapped. So I broke up with my credit card debt and consolidated it into a low-rate personal loan from SoFi. I finally feel like a grown-up.
Break up with bad credit card debt. Get a personal loan with no fees, low fixed rates, and borrow up to $100K. Go to SoFi.com to view your rate. SoFi, get your money right.
Game starts at 20, best slip is empty. I gotta call KG.
KG, what up? I got nothing for you, Fox.
Jalen, wanna tell? Yeah. Don't call somebody on live TV. Well, you answer. I have other friends anyway. Marshawn, Barry. Listen, I need some tips.
I like LA.
Dallas. That's Dallas. How about Detroit?
Vanessa.
I got a tip for you. Always go with your gut.
I like that. Let's go with our gut.
My hair started thinning in my early 20s. I'm genetically predisposed, so we created Nutrafol. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement. It's never too late to improve your hair health. Get started at Nutrafol.com/man.
So sweet, so crispy. Nobody makes breakfast as good as Wendy's new home-style French toast sticks.
Nobody.
Nope.
Keep talking. I can't hear you.
I should probably stop.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new home-style French toast sticks.
Introducing Welcome Unlimited from Verizon at our best price ever. Just $30 per line, only from Verizon.
Bring on today with the next generation in global secure networking from Comcast Business.
New Astapro, steroid-free allergy relief that starts working in 30 minutes. While other allergy sprays take hours. Now with Astapro Fast Allergy Relief, you can Astapro and go.
I'm Andre, this is Yoshi, and this is Mingli, and we're one big happy family.
We feed Mingli Blue Life Protection Formula. Blue may cost a little more, but our little girl is worth it.
She's healthy, her coat is shiny. That's what we want from Mingli.
Join MLB Network and your favorite players for a show made just for you. Play ball. It's all the big moments, bat flips, and amazing plays from an exciting week of baseball and tips to up your game. Saturdays, 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network.
Welcome back to Off Base, presented by SoFi.
This is a story about how the Savannah Bananas changed my life in 3 weeks. Being on this team taught me what it's like to be part of something special. For the last 23 years, I've been looking for a place to fit in. For some reason, I could never find it.
Please like and
I'd always
subscribe
dreamed of
today.
it, but I just accepted that it would never happen.
Armchair Quarterbacks
From making TikToks at 2 a.m. in my locker room so my teammates didn't give me crap.
That brought the
Dealing with
forest
hate that I
down.
never understood.
I drive an exotic
But this
imported
year,
sports car.
I realized something
eat
that changed my
exotic
life.
foreign food like
I was never
frankfurters
trying
and
to-
pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere. Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
What? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call.
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, we'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land. And doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit. And everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Saturday mornings in the Armchair Quarterbacks, a Southern tradition like no other. We dive into the Southeastern Conference and the Southern teams in the National Football League. We talk the betting lines, fantasy football. So join us Saturday mornings and get your football weekend started right with the Armchair Quarterbacks, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, right here on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Update on the Armchair Quarterbacks every Wednesday. Matt McGee, Justin Waller, we come to you live, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central, to talk the world of sports. The Atlanta Braves in Major League Baseball, Tennessee Titans, and the National Football League, Southeastern Conference, and college football. We'll get you over the hump every Wednesday, kicking you right into your sports weekend. Update every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel and your local CBS affiliates.
What a marvelous moment for baseball. What a marvelous moment for Atlanta and the state of Georgia. What a marvelous moment for the country and the world. And it is a great moment for all of us, and particularly for Henry Aaron, who was met at home plate not only by every member of the Braves, but by his father and mother. At 10 minutes after 9 in Atlanta, Georgia, Henry Aaron has eclipsed the mark set by Babe Ruth.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but 1 inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake. And the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. When the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung, line drive, left field. One run is in. Here comes Breed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and welcome, boys and girls. Pull up an armchair. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are in Oakland. I do apologize for not being here last night. A little bit under the weather. Could barely speak. Voice is coming back a little bit. Still have a little bit of a fever and whatnot, but I'm going to be able to soldier on through here as we bring you game 2 of Atlanta versus Oakland. And I'm sure you saw it last night, but the Atlanta Braves are in first place in the NL East. Now, there's an asterisk to that. The New York Mets just won. They just beat the Pittsburgh Pirates. So with that being said, the Atlanta Braves are technically a half game back right now. If they pull off the win, they will tie with the Mets once again, stay in first place. The Mets play at home tonight against, on the road tonight at Pittsburgh, and Jacob deGrom is on the mound. So we got to figure that we need to win tonight just to keep afloat and stay with them, as the Mets surely will have a very good chance of winning tonight in Pittsburgh. But even with all that said, things are looking great for the Atlanta Braves in first place for the first time since April. They blew a big lead last night and still was able to go out there and hold on to the victory. The bullpen, back into that bullpen, they were dominant last night. I did stay up and watch the game. I just couldn't speak, and I had a really bad fever. So I am, like I said, walking wounded, but we'll get you in here today for Braves Country Baseball. And we are doing the Armchair Quarterback Show afterwards at 7 p.m. So a long day for me, but we are ready for first pitch. And here is the first pitch. Ronald Acuna Jr. stepping in against the Oakland Athletics, Waldachuk, and Waldachuk, the left-hander, throws a first pitch strike on the inside. It's 0-1. 0-1 delivery from Waldachuk, swing and a miss, 94 miles an hour on the outer edge, and it's quickly 0-2. Braves nothing, A's nothing as we're getting going here. The 1-1 pitch is fouled back out of play, and it's quickly 1-1. Here we go. Found a better view for you. Wanted to bring that to you today. Getting used to all these. A couple of them kept crashing, so I think we found a pretty good one today. So here's the 1-2 delivery from Waldachuk, the left-hander, to Ronald Acuna Jr. swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. Braves starting 9 looked like this. Top of the order, Acuna, Swanson, Riley, Olson, Travis Darno hitting 5th, Grissom 6th, Harris 7th, Ozuna 8th, and Robbie Grossman is batting 9th. The Oakland A's defense fans out like this as the 1-2 pitch misses outside and wide. It's 2-2. Thomas is playing left field from left to right. It's Thomas, Laureano, and Brown. On the infield, around the corner from third to first, it's Manchin, Allen, Bride, and Vogt with Langoliers behind the dish. The 2-2 pitch misses wide and outside. It's 3-2. Fastball. Waldichuk will bring that 95, mid-90s fastball and then try to get you with the slider. Has a bit of an off-speed pitch as well. The 3-2 delivery from Waldichuk is swung on and fouled back. Do it again. It's a full count. Atlanta Braves are wearing their road grays today with the red lettering, red numerals, Atlanta across the chest and the tomahawk underneath. Navy trim. And the Navy last names on the back. The 3-2 pitch from Waldichuk swung on and fouled back again. Cunha making them work. It's 3-2. Oakland Athletics, they're wearing their home whites, their traditional home whites with the green ball caps and the green lettering and numerals with the gold trim. Waldichuk looks in to the hind catcher and he kicks and deals and swung on and popped up. It's an easy can of corn over to second base. Underneath it is the second baseman, Bride, and then there's one away. Dansby Swanson comes to the plate. Swanson batting .778. His OPS .778. Swanson, Riley, and Olson, as we said. The designated hitter today for Oakland will be Murphy. Acuna is Atlanta's designated hitter. When they hit the field, we'll get to our defense. The first pitch is swung on to Dansby, and he hits it high, but it's going to stay in the park. Underneath it is Thomas in left field, and there's 2 away. Looked like he might have got a hold of it, but just got underneath it. Definitely got full swing. But just got underneath and it's a fly out, big time, big league fly out to deep left field. Austin Riley comes in and he steps to the plate, and the first pitch fastball is right there inside on the hands, and it's 0-1. Braves nothing, A's nothing. Just getting going here in the top of the first inning. The 0-1 delivery from Waldichuk is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. Atlanta put 10 runs up last night. Exciting ball game where Kyle Wright could not find his best stuff. He got chased out of there quickly, giving up 8 earned runs. And Dylan Lee got pounded again. The 0-2 pitch. High and out of the zone. It's 1-2. When I was watching it last night, I could not understand when Wright was in such trouble. A, it took them so long to go out there and talk to him, and then B, I don't think Dylan Lee's the guy you go to in that bases loaded, nobody out situation. The 1-2 pitch is down low, and it's 2-2. To me, it's a perfect spot, middle of the game. Jesse Chavez should have been the one that they went to. It all worked out in the end, but a little frustrating when you're watching there going, Dylan Lee has struggled so mightily. You're going to bring him in with the bases loaded and nobody out. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled off the plate. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Atlanta, second game of an 8-game road trip. They'll have the day off tomorrow and then 3 in Seattle. and 3 in San Francisco before coming home to play Philly and Washington. The 2-2, outside wide, full count, it's 3-2. Standing on deck is Matt Olson. Of course, the longtime Oakland A coming home. He hit a monster shot last night, 3-run home run over the center field wall. But at the time, looked like it was breaking the game wide open. Waldachuk, 17th pitch of the inning, kicks and deals, and it's fouled back. Fastball, 3-2. 1 day away from National Football League kicking off. I know a lot of fans are excited about that. I believe it's Bills and Rams tomorrow night. The 3-2 delivery from Waldachuk swung on and popped up. Another pop fly, and underneath it is the right fielder Brown, and he'll put it away, and it's a 1-2-3 inning to start the game for the Atlanta Braves. We'll be back in a flash. Spencer Strider is taking the mound.
Today we're discussing the 1939 New York Yankees. They had 4 players with 100 or more runs. Every player in their starting lineup finished with double digits in home runs and doubles. They also had 4 players who finished with 100 or more RBIs. The most anyone in their starting lineup struck out was 81 times. Only 1 player had more strikeouts than walks. 5 players had an on-base percentage of 400 or higher. 5 hitters produced an OPS plus over 130. The Yankees pitching was also great in 1939. Red Ruffing threw 233 innings with 148 ERA plus. Their bullpen ate up a lot of innings. Combined, Steve Sundra and Mariusa Russo threw 240 innings with an ERA below 2.75. That season, DiMaggio was incredible. He won the American League Most Valuable Player, batting .381 with a .671 slugging percentage, 30 home runs and 32 doubles. Oh yeah, and he only struck out 20 times. In May of that year, they went 24-4, scoring 213 runs or an average of 7.6 runs per game. By the end of May, they were already 6.5 games up in the American League. They won the American League by 17 games with a record of 106-45. In the World Series that year, they faced the 97-win Cincinnati Reds. The 1939 Yankees have the 6th best winning percentage of any team that won the World Series. They also have the largest run differential in baseball history at plus 411.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
In 2 years, he had risen from a poor mill boy to the rank of a player in the major leagues. The ignorant mill boy had become the hero of millions. Out on the hot prairies, teams of Joe Jacksons battled desperately with the Thai cops. There came a day when a crook spread money before this idol, and he fell. For a few dollars, he sold his honor. New York World.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Spencer Strider takes the mound. Strider 9-4 on the year. A 2.67 ERA and a .98 whip. And he is set to face the top of the order, the Oakland A's. And leading off is a left-handed hitter by the name of Manchin. Manchin swings and misses. Yamiel Manchin, 223, 1 home run, 6 RBIs. The third baseman today. The 0-1 pitch, outside wide, 99 miles an hour. And it's 1-1. Strider fires it in and misses just off the plate. 98 miles an hour wide right there at the knees. It's 2-1. Spencer Strider, he kicks and deals, just kisses the black, and it's evens up the count at 2-2. 98 miles an hour. Hard stuff. Strider's just going right at him. See if what he dials up with Travis d'Arnaud on the 2-2 pitch, and fastball just off the plate misses. It's just missing with that fastball early. Full count, 3-2. Braves nothing, A's nothing, bottom of the first. Leadoff hitter Metchin takes a 3-2 pitch wide and outside, ball 4, and Strider's having a hard time finding the plate so far. It's a leadoff walk to start the game. So Metchin will head down to first, and from all accounts of what I've read up on him, he's got pretty good speed. That'll bring Seth Brown to the plate. Seth Brown's batting .227, 20 home runs, 54 RBI. The left-handed batter steps and 97-mile-an-hour fastball misses outside. It's 1-0. Brown hit a home run last night. Key part of the game. Tying the game up at that time. The 1-0 swung on and fouled back. It's 1-1. A lot of games in action today. Atlanta Braves see that the Mets have won, so they're a half game out. They win today, and they will tie back up first place in the NL East. Mets do play the Pirates later on tonight. Mets got some bad news this morning. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and fouled back. It's 1-2. Max Scherzer is headed to the IL. He's headed to the 15-day IL with an oblique strain. Remember, he's had that in the past. He's had that several times in his career. Got it fielding a ball. The 1-2 pitch from Strider is swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 1-2. If he comes back in 15 days, that would put him back a good week in front of the final matchup. And you got to figure they're going to manipulate the rotation to make sure Scherzer and DeGrom pitch in that final series in Atlanta. Showalter said in the past he doesn't pay attention to that, but I believe that about as much as I believe anything Showalter says. The 1-2 pitch misses outside. It's 2-2. Also, last night, Taijuan Walker, who got battered and bruised by the Pittsburgh Pirates bats, he has a blister, but they think he will pitch his next go around. The 2-2 pitch inside and just missing. Strider's just missing the strike zone today. It's 3-2. Home plate umpire Alfonso Marquez, known for having a pretty tight strike zone, but those are honest misses right now. Ramon DeJesus is the first base umpire. Menzel at second, and Lance Barrett will man third. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. A full count with one on and nobody out. Braves defense looks like this today. Ozuna in left, Harris in center, and Grossman in right. And around the horn, it's the usual suspects. Riley, Swanson, Grissom, and Olson. Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate. Spencer Strider looks in, lifts his red glove and kicks and deals and fighting to keep it alive. Once again, full count, it's 3-2. Pesky at bat by Brown has ran his pitch count up already to 14 pitches. He doesn't have an out in the inning. Last night, noticed that the Braves let Kyle Wright dangle out there for quite some time before they ever made a mound visit. The 3-2 swung on and fouled back again. Brown's choking up on this, and Ozuna jogged over, and the ball falls about 5 feet in front of him. One might think if Ozuna would have put a little hustle in there, he might have been able to get that ball. He did have some ball boys and whatnot to navigate around, so maybe that's not realistic. A 3-2 count to Brown from Strider. Remember last time out, phenomenal outing, 16 strikeouts. The swung on, and that ball's hit hard into center field, but right at Michael Harris. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. Coming to the plate for the Oakland A's is their catcher, Sean Murphy. Normally behind the plate, today he's the designated hitter. We will get Langoliers behind the plate. Remember Shea Langoliers, he went out to Oakland from the Braves in the Matt Olson trade. One of those situations where they thought highly of him, but you only have so many spots. And with Contreras and Darnode locked up until the end of next year, and Contreras definitely making his mark. Braves sent Langoliers to Oakland for Matt Olson. The first pitch is on the way, and it's a slider that misses wide. It's 1-0. Murphy batting 254 on the year. The 1-0 pitch inside. Ball 2. Up and high. It's 2-0. Murphy, 254 batting average, a 778 OPS, 18 home runs, and 62 RBI. It's pretty good production for a catcher. The 2-0 pitch misses high and wide. Strider is not hitting anywhere close to the zone. It's 3-0. See how long it takes for Kranitz and Snicker to wake up in the dugout to go talk to Strider, as opposed to what happened last night. Strider looks in, kicks and deals, and fastball right there at the knees. It's 3-1. Twins lead the Yankees 2-0. That game's in the 4th inning. Big game for both teams as they're both trying to lock up playoff spots. Yankees lead the AL East by just 4. Minnesota is in that tight AL Central race. The 3-1 pitch just kisses the black inside. Murphy doesn't like it, but it's a full count. It's 3-2. Giants and Dodgers are getting set to play here in a little bit. Dodgers just wanting to lock up home field advantage, and the Giants are playing out the string. The 3-2 pitch misses low, and it's 2 back-to-back walks to start the game for Spencer Strider in 22 pitches with an out sprinkled in between. It's got to be something with his release, you would think. That pitch, by the way, looks like it hit the bottom of the zone. Doesn't look like anyone's going to come talk to him, but Darnode and Swanson took it upon themselves to go out there to talk to him. Maybe give him some kind of a breather, calm him down a bit. It's a great thing about having Darnode on this team is that he's basically an extra coach. So that'll bring the cleanup hitter, Stephen Vogt. Remember, Stephen Vogt played for the Atlanta Braves. He's a catcher for the Braves last year. Vogt is the designated hitter today. I'm sorry, first baseman today. First pitch is swung on and missed. Looked like a slider, intercut, and it's 0-1. Vogt was playing very good baseball, platoon system with the Braves, and then suffered that season-ending injury. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field. Going back, it's off the wall. A run will score. They're going to send him around, and runners on second and third and nobody out. tried to sneak that slider past veteran hitter 2 times in a row, and the second time he absolutely crushed it. Lucky that ball did not go into the seats. I think that tells us that Strider does not have a lot of confidence in his fastball, his location. So 1-0 Oakland, and Laureano comes to the plate. Ramon Laureano batting .224, 12 home runs, 30 RBI. First pitch from Strider's a swing and a miss. Fastball, it's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery swung on and rifled over to Swanson. He's got it, flips it over to first, but a run will score, and it's 2-0. Runner on second stayed put. So 2-0, 1 on, 2 out. Laureano will get the RBI. And that will bring up to the plate the number 6 hitter, Jonah Bride. Jonah Bride, 26-year-old second baseman. Fastball misses outside on the edge. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Strider misses down low. And it's 2-0. 28 pitches on the inning for Strider already. Remember, early in the season, he struggled with command and would have a hard time getting out of the 4th or 5th inning. Looks like he's having another one of those hiccups today. Spencer Strider steps off the rubber for a second. That slider got way too much of the plate as they show the replay from Vogt. The 2-0 pitch, slider right there at the knees. It's 2-1. If he's not hitting the fastball and hitting his spots, that slider becomes a lot less deadly. Needs to get that worked out in between the innings. The 2-1 pitch, fastball high and inside, almost hit him. It's 3-1. So he's at 30 pitches, giving up 2 runs, 1 on, 2 away. And the 3-1 pitch right there at the knees, taking first strike. It's 3-2. The 3-2 pitch from Strider. Runner on second, 2 away. Here's the delivery right there at the knees, and that was ball 4. And I think they got a beef there. That was a strike. And we've dealt with this with Alfonso Marquez before. Kranitz is finally going to waddle out there to the mound. I mean, 32 pitches in here in the first inning. You wonder what's taken him so long to finally get it straight. Feel like he should have been out there 2 batters ago, especially a rookie. I can see it if you're dealing with a veteran like a Charlie Morton or whatnot. You kind of expect him to man the ship. If that isn't bad news enough, we see that Jackson Stevens is warming up in the Braves bullpen. So he better get out of this in a jam quick, or they're going to send out Stevens, and then we all know what that's going to be like. Braves better get their bats hot and in a hurry today. 10-9 score last night might be indicative of what we will see today. That brings Cody Thomas to the plate. Cody Thomas, the left fielder. Young kid, only a few at bats, batting .583. One of the better prospects in the Oakland A's organization, just 12 at bats on the year. First pitch to Thomas misses outside wide. Fastball, it's 1-0. Cody Thomas. No home runs in those 12 at bats. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back off Marquez. Darno checks on him, and it's 1-1. We've had Alfonso Marquez a few times this year, and he has a very, very narrow strike zone. So with that being said, the Braves should take advantage of that when they have the bats and try to work the count a little bit. Because you can tell that was definitely the game plan of the Oakland A's. Thank you for the kind words, Maverick. Yeah, I could barely speak out of bad fever yesterday. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike two, 1-2. Voice came back a little bit today. I'm still fighting a little bit of a fever, but didn't want to go the whole week without doing a game, so manned up. The 1-2 delivery, 2 on, 2 out. And swing and a miss, strike three, and Strider gets out of that mess, 35 pitches. Here's hoping he can have a lot quicker inning next time out. We'll head to break. Olson, Darno, and Grissom coming to the dish.
She's bald. Bald. What do you think I mean, bald? Bald. Bald. She's bald. She's bald.
Jack Suwinski made history, becoming the first rookie with 3 home runs, including a walk-off as the Pirates beat the Giants 4-3. The left fielder went 3 for 3 with 3 home runs, 3 RBI, and a walk. After the game, Suwinski said, "To do it on Father's Day with my dad here, I know it means a lot to him, and it means a lot to me. He's always been there. Just being able to share that, knowing he's here, it's awesome. It's hard to describe." His first home run came in the 4th inning to tie it at 2. 2 innings later, he hit an even deeper home run to right that gave the Pirates a 3-2 lead. His final home run was on the 3rd pitch of the bottom of the 9th. That ball also went to right field. This is not his first walk-off. He had a walk-off after hitting one against the Diamondbacks. Suwinski is the second Pirate rookie to hit 3 home runs in a game, joining Andrew McCutchen.
A South Carolina country boy, he had learned how to bat from a Confederate veteran who had learned his baseball from Union soldiers in a northern prison camp. He had hoped to be a pitcher until he broke a batter's arm with a wild pitch. Jackson could neither read nor write, but he could hit. 408 in his rookie year, 356 lifetime, the 3rd highest average in history. His home runs were called Saturday specials because most of the textile workers' games in which he got his start were played on Saturdays. And he hit them with a special 48-ounce bat, Black Betsy, made for him by a local lumberman from the north side of a hickory tree, and darkened with coat after coat of Jackson's tobacco juice. Ty Cobb himself thought Joe Jackson the greatest natural hitter I ever saw. He was called Shoeless Joe because he was said once to have been spotted in the minors playing in his socks when new shoes proved too tight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Oakland A's. A's lead at 2-0. We head to the top of the 2nd inning. Matt Olson comes to the plate. Olson, 247, 28 home runs, 90 RBI. All in all, it's filled in pretty well with Freddie Freeman. I think we all know that Freeman is a generational type talent, but I think Olson has done a great job. The first pitch to Olson is a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Also, breaking news, Aaron Judge has hit his 55th home run The 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. He's now just 6 home runs away from the real home run record set by Roger Maris back in 1961. It would also be the American League and the Yankees record. The 1-1 misses high and wide. It's 2-1. If you do subscribe to the thought that Bonds is legitimate, he, McGuire, and Sosa, they all played in the National League. The 2-1 pitch swung on and hit foul down the line. It's 2-2. I am from the mindset those should have asterisks on them. And the real home run regular season king is Roger Maris. And Hank Aaron is still 755, the number to beat all time. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. Fastball, Waldachuk bringing the heat, 94 miles an hour up around the letters. And there's one away. Always feel like that's a very interesting debate and probably one that doesn't have a right answer. I think your older generation and those who watched it all unfold, I think we all believe it's still Maris. You tend to get the younger generation. First pitch on the way to Darnode, and it's right there in first strike. It's 0-1. They tend to side more with let bygones be bygones. But I will say this. Recently, I saw as the 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed, it's 0-2. Saw a very interesting thing that Brian Kenny did on Major League Baseball Network, stating that showing all the numbers and all the years all around the last 100 years of baseball, and how those 4 years that the 0-2 pitch is swung on just got a piece of it, stay alive, it's 0-2. Those 4 years where the steroids were out of control and they were not yet testing for it. So 98 to 2001, I believe it was. The numbers, unbelievable spike, and then went back to basically what we had seen prior to. So if other guys had broke it and it kept going for several years, I would kind of say, well, whatever. But considering the 0-2 pitch is fouled back down the line, it's still 0-2. Considering the fact that it's such a small spike, and it was when the PEDs were at their prime, they weren't testing, and they had really excelled in the giving basically players an unfair advantage. The 0-2 pitch misses high, and it's 1-2. Waldachuk has a nasty release. I'll tell you what, if he doesn't make it out as a starter, he would definitely be a just vicious left-handed addition to any back end of the bullpen. The 1-2 delivery inside misses. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count, down by 2, top of the second, 1 away. Deuces are wild, and here's the pitch, swung on and ripped over to third, throwing off balance and beating it out. The third baseman, Matchin, had to throw off balance, a rainbow across the infield. Darnode, with that catcher speed, he's smiling at first, beat it out, hustling all the way. Great hustle by Darnode. But Matchin really didn't get much mustard on that throw. It was more of a soft rainbow. He might have been better off trying to catch his balance and then fire it over there, because that was. But we will take an infield single for Travis Darnode, and that'll bring the red-hot Vaughn Grissom to the plate. Grissom was on fire last night. Now batting 337, and the first pitch is a soft toss curveball. 0-1. 337, 4 home runs, 14 RBI, a 906 OPS on his young career. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit high, but not very deep into right field. Underneath it is the right fielder Brown. It's 0-1. So that'll bring Michael Harris to the plate. Michael Harris did not fare well against the left-hander Cole Irvin last night. We'll see if he can do it a little better. Finally sneaked through a single later in the game. Lefty-lefty matchup, 1 on, 2 away. The first pitch is a fastball outer edge, and he's giving him the strike. It's 0-1. That is really dumbfounding that he's giving this kid the strike, and Strider, who struck out 16 batters last week, is not getting the benefit of the doubt. But such is Alfonso Marquez in his strike zone. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. This one is called a ball. It's 1-1. Oakland A's infield in a bit of a shift, but nothing overly dramatic. The shortstop shades towards second base. The 1-1 down below the knees. It's 2-1. Standing on deck is Marcell Ozuna. And Ozuna, since he's came back off the bench, has really been putting in better at bats. The 2-1 pitch from Waldachuk to Harris is on the way and swung on and grounded up the middle. Easy play for the shortstop, 6-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. The Braves put one on, but failed to score. We'll head to the bottom of the sixth. Strider will see if he can work things out. It's 2-0 Oakland.
She had man hands.
Man hand?
The hands of a man. It's like a creature out of Greek mythology.
They did tell me about the dinner. I got to take all the receivers to a dinner. That's going to be cool. I'm excited for that.
It's not going to be cool. You know they're going to run that bill up? Like 75,000? Oh, yeah. You mean like the Louis the 13th you're going to have to buy at the restaurant?
Nah, they ain't doing me for 75K. I ain't going to fake it.
Nah. It's the rookie dinner. It's all of y'all.
You the 10th pick of the draft, too. They know you got 20 guaranteed. Wait, what you say rookie dinner is? He thinks it's his decision.
Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
When Fred McMullen, Chicago's reserve infielder, got wind of what was happening, he demanded that Chick Gandil let him in on the fix. Now, 8 White Sox were involved, though Buck Weaver would later claim that he had not agreed to participate. The smart players demanded their money up front.
The meeting was held about 8 o'clock in the evening. I said, there's so much double-crossing stuff. If I win in the series, I wanted the money put in my hand. I went back to my room at 11:30, and the 10 grand was under my pillow. Eddie Siccotti.
Rumors of wrongdoing were everywhere. You couldn't miss it, one New York gambler said. The thing had an odor. I saw smart guys take even money on the Sox who should have been asking 5-1. Chicago sports writer Hugh Fullerton was joined in the press box by an ailing Christy Mathewson to judge if everything was on the up and up. Mathewson and Fullerton would quickly see that it was not.
Everybody in the game knew it was happening. Nobody was even pretending that it wasn't happening. No one was admitting it out loud for the public. How could you admit it for the public? What would that mean?
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the second. See if Spencer Strider can get things straightened out as he goes back to work. Rough first inning for Strider. only gave up 1 hit, but walked 3, 2 earned runs, and 1 strikeout. And he is set to face the 8-9-1 batters. Shea Langoliers steps to the plate, and the first pitch is a fastball outer edge called for a strike. It's 0-1. Langoliers, the ex-Braves prospect, 225 on the year. The 0-1 pitch is inside, almost got away and hit Langoliers. It's 1-1. Shea Langoliers, 225, 3 home runs. The 1-1 pitch, a comebacker to the mound. Strider's got it underhands. It flips it to first, and it's a 1-3 put out and 1 away. Good quick first out, just what the doctor ordered. So that'll bring the shortstop, Nick Allen, to the plate. Nick Allen, if you caught any of the game last night on video or the replays, Nick Allen looks to be just have left the Little League World Series. First pitch is a 98-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer edge, called for a ball. It's 1-0. Now, the older we get, the younger people look, but this kid looks really young. Says 23, but I'm not buying it. The 1-0 pitch, fastball at the knees. It's 1-1. I guarantee you he gets clipped for attempted fake IDs all the time. The 1-1, swing and a miss, strike 2. Slider in the dirt. Not a great pitch, but Allen went fishing. The Strider looking for his second strikeout here. Here's the kick in the deal, and Slider's way outside, goes to the backstop, evens up the count at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch from Strider. On the way, fastball misses way high, 3-2. Strider once again just does not have the feel. You see him throw a couple of pitches and you think maybe he's figured it out, and then he goes right back to it. The full count to Allen. Fastball swung on and missed, strike 3. And there's 2 away. Good pitch by Strider. That one was on the outer edge, 99 miles an hour. Type of pitch we've come to know to see from Strider, just that easy gas. So that'll bring up the leadoff hitter, Jamal Machine, his first time up. He walked, and the first pitch to him is a ball way outside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch on the way, slider right there at the belt, and it's evens up the count at 1-1. Strange for the Dodgers and Giants to be playing a series this late in the year and it not mean anything. The 1-1 pitch, fastball just misses below, and it's 2-1. Well, a little bit of a scoreboard. We'll hit it here in a second. The 2-1 pitch swung on, popped up, and can of corn over to Riley just past third base in foul territory. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. So 1-2-3 inning. Looking better as Mr. Strider. We'll head to the top of the third, trailing by 2.
Will you share this toothbrush holder with me?
I would love to.
Did we really need to be here for this?
Call me crazy, but I found it moving.
Does Dale Murphy belong in the Hall of Fame? He led the National League in games, at-bats, runs, hits, extra base hits, RBIs, runs created, total bases, and plate appearances in the 1980s. He went to 7 All-Star games and won 5 Gold Gloves in a row. He also won 4 Silver Slugger Awards in his career. He led the National League in home runs twice, RBIs twice, slugging percentage twice, and OPS once. Only Mike Schmidt hit more home runs between 1980 and 1987. Only Ricky Henderson scored more runs. Only Schmidt and George Brett had a better slugging percentage. Only Schmidt, Brett, and Eddie Murray had a better OPS plus. The only other back-to-back MVP winner outside of Cooperstown is Roger Maris.
To boost their gate receipts, the owners decided that the 1919 World Series would be a best-of-9 game contest. The first game was held in Cincinnati. Eddie Cicotte, ordinarily a master of control, hit the first batter in the bat. Then he threw wild, bobbled a grounder, ignored his catcher's signal. Swede Risberg ruined an easy double play by failing to step on the bag. Joe Jackson threw wide from the outfield and seemed to slow down to miss balls near him. Cincinnati won 9-1.
This contest between the Reds and the White Sox is something that is concentrating the nation's attention and its faith. It was visible from the very first pitch, the first game, when the signal was put in, and Eddie Cicotte hit the first batter. And that was the signal to the gamblers that the fix had worked. The only thing the gamblers did wrong with that series, from their own perspective, is that they made the mistake of letting the Reds win the first game, because that drove the odds down. And if the White Sox, the Black Sox, had won the first game, Rothstein and his cohort would have made a hell of a lot more money.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trailing just 2-0. 8, 9, and 1 hitters coming to the plate for the Braves. It'll be Marcell Ozuna, Grossman, and Acuna due up. Ozuna gets set for the first pitch, and it's a fastball swung on and popped up into right field. High but playable, and there's quickly one away. That first pitch swinging is, I believe, what really got Ozuna sent to the bench. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate all the kind words. Still fighting a little bit of it, but I could talk, so I figured I could man through it. The first pitch on the way to Grossman is a fastball right there at the knees, and it's 0-1. Waldachuk, 39th pitch of the day, misses low and out of the zone. It's 1-1. The Braves can get something going here and get him out of the game. The bullpen has been a big problem for the A's as he misses wide. It's 2-1. I know we're a long way away from that, but the more they can work that count with the A's bullpen, I think Atlanta could really do some damage. This Waldachuk kid so far has been pretty impressive. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on and hit high, but not very deep into left field. Coming over is Laureano. The center fielder will make the play and call off the left fielder, and there's 2 away. So 2 up and 2 down very quickly. Will bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. One thing you always worry about as a fan is when they have these days, these turnaround night day games, and they're off tomorrow, and you know they're leaving to go to Seattle. I think a lot of players sometimes, and it's just human nature, you want to get this game over, so you're swinging early in the count. First pitch is a fastball, and did he go around? He did. Check swing called for a strike. It's 0-1. I think that was in the zone anyways. I don't know why Marquez was checking, showing on the pitch track. I mean, it was well in the zone. The 0-1 pitch Inside, misses. It evens up the count at 1-1. When I was drawing up the stat sheet today and saw Marquez was behind the plate, my first thought, it was just cringeworthy. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed. Fastball, 95 miles an hour, just blew it right by him, and it's 1-2. Braves off tomorrow, and then late Friday night, Saturday and Sunday, and then they will have another date. I'm sorry, they'll be in San Francisco. The 1-2 pitch is rifled down the line. It evens up the count at 2-2. So we'll be here in the San Francisco series as well. It is set for a Tuesday night game and a Wednesday turnaround just like this. And the plan is to do it again. We should have been here last night, but because of not being able to speak, there was a little bit of a glitch in that whole plan. 1-2 pitch misses high and wide. It's 2-2. So you can plan on next week, Tuesday night and Wednesday afternoon, about the same time. I think 3:45 Eastern is the start there in San Francisco. The 2-2 delivery from Waldichuk. Fastball misses way high, and it's 3-2. I think Waldichuk's trying to overthrow it. Missed last couple of pitches high. Three-two pitch to Acuna. He's got to be sitting dead red at this point. Here's the delivery. Swung on and fouled back 95 miles an hour at the knees over the plate and just missed that one. We'll do it again at 3-2. Three-two pitch. Here's the delivery. Swung on and hit high and deep and up against the wall. It's a deep out. The deepest part of center field you can find in Oakland. Cunha gives it a ride. It's out, I'd say, 28 other ballparks. We'll be back in a flash heading to the bottom of the third.
Hi, my name's Mike, and if you're sitting there watching this tape smoking your cigarette, well, hit the fast forward button because I don't smoke and I don't like people who do smoke.
I'm not afraid to get sand on my tuxedo if you're not afraid to let the wind mess your hair up a little bit when I take the top down. I'm an executive by day and a wild man by night.
And I do consider myself a refined valley dude.
Armchair.
First inning, I called him Jackie. So let me give you a little context of that. 2019, he came out with an interview, said that he was the new Jackie Robinson of baseball. He's going to bring back fun for the game, right? And 2019, when I played for Atlanta, we actually joked about that on the game. I don't know what's changed from, and I've said it to him in years past, not in any manner than just joking around, but the fact that he called himself Jackie Robinson.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Cincinnati took the fourth game 2-0 behind the superb pitching of Jimmy Ring. Eddie Cicotti had pitched well for the Sox, but once again, he made several devastating errors in the field.
There is no alibi for Cicotti. He pitched a great game, a determined game, and one that would have won 9 times out of 10. But he brought the defeat crashing down upon his own head by trying to do all the defensive work. He made the wild throw that gave the Reds their opening, the only real one they had. And he followed that up by grabbing a ball thrown from the outfield and deflecting it past the catcher. A high fly to left, blown by the wind over the head of Jackson, who was playing close in foul, and Chicago was beaten.
3 White Sox, Felsch, Gandil, and Shoeless Joe, all of them conspirators, had managed hits that afternoon. Only at bat did Jackson evidently forget the script. He would bat .375 in the series.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves Trail 2-0. We head to the bottom of the third. Number 2 hitter, Seth Brown, comes to the plate and he swings at the first pitch, bangs it foul, and it's on 1. Oakland with that spacious foul territory. We've seen it already a couple times in this series where having to run to chase off those foul balls, and there's just not enough time, not enough room to catch it. The 0-1's in the dirt. It's 1-1. 1-1 delivery from Strider is a swing and a miss. Looked like the changeup that time, down around the shoestrings, and he's in front 1-2. If he can add that changeup consistently to his repertoire, he is going to be a tough customer. It's almost like a Vulcan change that he throws. The 1-2 delivery, swing and a miss, strike 3, fastball outer edge, and Strider looks to be getting going here in the bottom of the third. 99 miles an hour on the outer edge when you already have 2 strikes. Damn near impossible to lay off of. Especially the way I don't think they talk about it enough, the way his 4-seam fastball moves. You never really hear anyone talk about this, but I notice it all the time. A lot of time his 4-seamer will start in the center of the plate. By the time it gets to the catcher's mitt, it's off the plate. First pitch is in the dirt. It's 1-0. National League Rookie of the Year voting, I think, is going to come down to 2 guys, and they're both in Atlanta. The 1-0 pitch swung on and hit hard right to Olson, a one-hopper that he fishes over to Strider, covering the bag, and there's 2 away. I think it's Spencer Strider 2 and Michael Harris 1. And I don't think it's particularly close of putting anyone else in the conversation for the National League Rookie of the Year. Looking at the players that would be up for it, and really the only one, if they only had just one true Rookie of the Year, the only one that I could see would be in the same conversation would be, we'll see him in a few days, Julio Rodriguez of Seattle. First pitch to Vogt is a 97-mile-an-hour fastball taken for a strike, top shelf outer edge, and it's 0-1. Vogt is 1 for 1. The 0-1 down below the knees, just missed, backhanded by Darno, setting up outside, and it came in. Vogt last time up a double and an RBI. The 1-1's back in the dirt again, and it's 2-1. Oakland 2, Atlanta nothing. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled back 97 miles an hour. Evens up the count at 2-2. Laureano stands on deck. Strider would love to have another 1-2-3 inning after that rough first. The 2-2 delivery swung on and banged foul just wide of the first base line. Olson grabs it and throws it into the crowd for a souvenir. Vogt stands out of the box for a second. So Strider gets off the rubber. Now they're both ready and set. The 2-2 pitch to Vogt on the way, and it's a fastball wide just off the plate. And it's a full count to Stephen Vogt. The 3-2 delivery, swing and a miss, strike 3. looked like the changeup and Vogt went fishing. And that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down again. Time for the Braves to put some on the board. Swanson, Riley, and Olson coming to the dish.
He only has 3 rings.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
My hotel's nice, and I was in the elevator. There's a sign in the elevator that said maximum capacity 12 persons. 12 persons. Somebody needs to tell the folks down at the elevator company that the plural of the word person is people. It's not persons, right? The hotel pool had a similar sign. It said maximum capacity 180 people. Do we really need legislation for that sort of thing? Doesn't it kind of govern itself? Don't most of us just hang back and go, I don't want to get in the pool with that many people. It's not going to be refreshing knocking up against other people's arms and skin. I have a legal right to be here. I did a head count. Like in the bathroom stall, we don't put a sign that says maximum capacity 1 person. I just see the shoes and I keep on moving.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
At a meeting in New York City, Ward helped found the Brotherhood of Professional Baseball Players. It was the players' first attempt to organize, and they were determined to abolish the hated reserve clause. But Albert Goodwill Spaulding and the other owners would not give an inch. In 1889, they tried further to consolidate their power by setting an absolute salary cap of $2,500, then added insult to injury by charging the players rent for their uniforms. It was the last straw.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves trying to crack onto the scoreboard, trailing 2-0. The heart of the order coming to the plate. First pitch on the way to Swanson. He's first pitch swinging. He hits that down the right field line. Plenty foul, but man, did he put a charge into that. It's 0-1. So because wasn't able to broadcast last night, for folks who don't know what I'm talking about, I was really sick and could barely speak. We're going to do a combined as the 0-1 pitch is on the way, swung on and fouled back out of against the screen. It's 0-2. Had turn back times and birthdays set up for both games, so going to mix and match. But turn back time is on this day or maybe it was yesterday. But regardless, it is of this date. Same thing with the birthdays. The 0-2 pitch on the way to Swanson. They set up inside, swung on, and popped up. Dansby just missing 2 of those pitches. You can tell that he came really close both times. They're getting right in his kitchen. He cannot get underneath it. So there's one away. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. This date, 1914, the Boston Braves played their first game at Fenway Park. Boston South End grounds were too small to house the eventual, as the first pitch on the way to Riley's outside, checking for a ball, it's 1-0. Boston South End grounds could not house the eventual World Series champion 1914, what has always been known as the Miracle Braves. The 1-0 pitch, top of the zone, missed high. I guess it's 2-0. That was the famous Braves team. It was double digits behind in the standings. The 2-0 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 2-1. With about 2 months to play, they came roaring back. And of course, back then you either had to win the pennant or you didn't go to the playoffs. They came roaring back, jumping 5 teams. The 2-1 pitch popped up, can of corn over in foul territory, and there's plenty of room. Votes got it. And there's quickly 2 away. Somewhat reminiscent of what the Braves have done this year, but in less time. I believe it was 13.5 back, but I don't have it in front of me, that they were back at one point and had to jump 5 teams. And of course, it's one thing to have to just chase down the Mets. It's another thing if you have to jump a bunch of teams. The first pitch is on the way, and it's a slider called for a strike about chest high, and it's 0-1. Waldichuk looks in, kicks and deals, and slider misses down low. Evens up the count at 1-1. On this date, 1981, the rookie Fernando Valenzuela, in the middle of Fernando Mania, the 1-1 pitch is fouled back over towards the third base dugout. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. He pitched his 7th shutout for the Los Angeles Dodgers, winning 5-0 against the Phillies, tying a rookie record with the 7th shutout. The 1-2 pitch down and below the zone. It's 2-2. Safe to say that'll never be touched again. They don't let rookies pitch more than about 4 or 5 innings nowadays. Tying Irv Young of 1905, Grover Alexander of 1911, and Jerry Koosman of the 1968 Mets. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. Evens up the count at 2-2. If you were not alive during Fernando Mania, it was real. I was not a Dodgers fan, but as a kid, I can specifically remember people just being obsessed with Fernando Valenzuela. The 2-2 delivery from Waldichuk is a curveball, misses inside. Olsen had to bend out of the way to avoid getting hit. Do it again at 3-2. Standing on deck is Travis d'Arnaud, who is 1 for 1. Waldichuk now up to 62 pitches. The 3-2 swung on, fouled back, out of play. You always have to pause for that when you're in Oakland. Almost every foul ball has a chance to still be in play. We'll do it again at 3-2. Of course, I'm sure many of you know the reason why, but the reason why so much foul territory is this used to house the Oakland Raiders. The 3-2 pitch swung on and hit hard into right field, but underneath it is Brown. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. So 1-2-3 for the Braves. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th, trailing by 2.
It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
Hey, football fans, the Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Nix again with 36 seconds left. Ball at the left hash mark. 2 wide outs to the right, 1 to the left. Florida's got the big rush on Nix. He floats one in the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown Auburn! Sanders caught it. Touchdown Auburn! Touchdown Auburn! Frank Sanders from Nix. Auburn's ahead. Auburn's ahead. Touchdown of 8 yards. Nix to Sanders. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Auburn has done it again. Ball game is over. I have seen it. but I do not believe it. Yes, the streak is alive. Auburn 36, Gators 33. Number 1 has fallen by the wayside.
With the help of several would-be owners, Ward and the Brotherhood started a rival league, the Players League. At first, the new league did well. 56 top players defected to its teams and brought their fans with them.
I am for war without quarter. I want to fight until one of us drops dead. From this point on, it will simply be a case of dog eat dog, and the dog with the bulldog tendencies will live the longest. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Appreciate you spending your afternoon with us. The Atlanta Braves and Oakland A's were heading to the bottom of the 4th inning. Oakland leads at 2-0. They got 2 runs in the first inning where Strider really struggled, but it seems like he might have settled in a little bit. Last 2 innings have been 3 up, 3 down. We hope for more of the same as he comes back out there on the mound. He's going to face the 5, 6, 7 hitters. Ramon Laureano, remember, he was suspended 80 games last year and into this year for PEDs. The first pitch to Laureano is way outside and wide. It's 1-0. Laureano, one of the better defensive center fielders in baseball. If you haven't had the pleasure to see highlights that he has made over the years. The 1-0 pitch. Slider right there at the belt high, and it's 1-1. One of my more disappointed to see someone get busted for PEDs was probably Laureano. I really enjoyed his defense. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2, and it's 1-2. He's always kind of struggled to be a big time offensive threat. I think that might have what led to the PEDs. The 1-2 pitch misses outside 99 miles an hour, and it's 2-2. Strider looks in. The 2-2 delivery, swing and a miss, strike 3. 99 miles an hour on the black. And there's 1 away. Strider now has 5 strikeouts, along with the 3 walks, only 1 base hit. The 1 hit was that moonshot that almost left the yard by Stephen Vogt, the double that scored a run. That'll bring up Bride. Bride, the second baseman, takes the first pitch off the plate. It's 1-0. Strider could get through this inning fairly quick along with the next. They might actually get 6 out of them, which would be remarkable. The 1-0 pitch is in the dirt, and it's 2-0. Bride batting .227 with a home run, 6 RBIs, just 132 plate appearances. The 2-0 pitch, fastball right there, and it's 2-1. Dodgers and Giants are scoreless. That game's in the third. The 2-1 delivery, swing and a miss, 98 miles an hour. And I mean, he brought it. Top shelf right there in his kitchen. It's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. Same location, this time 100 miles an hour. And there's 2 away. Spencer Strider has been efficiently wild in these last few innings. Not quite hitting his zone, but man, when you bring it like that with 2 strikes, it's hard to lay off that. Eyes get big, you start salivating, but by the time you swing the bat, the ball's right by you. First pitch is on the way, and it's a 99 mile an hour fastball strike to Thomas. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, outer edge. Strike called. It's 0-2. Cody Thomas facing an infield shift. The 0-2 delivery swung on and popped up out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. 100-mile-an-hour fastball right inside there on his fist. I don't know how Thomas got around on that. It's actually pretty impressive to just make contact. Riley playing shallow right field. Swanson, the lone man to the left. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back. Looked like the slider, top of the zone. We'll do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Spencer Strider strikes out the side. 100 miles an hour, pure gas. We had to break.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
But beware, my friend, and let me warn you. That thinking of taking a bumps to California. Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. Our house is not a home without some love. Don't let them leave our premises. LA will be their nemesis. But Brooklyn fits the Dodgers like a glove.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/our stories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Three big leagues, the National League, the Players League, and the Old Beer and Whiskey League, simply proved too many. Attendance dipped dangerously low for everyone. By the end of the 1890 season, the league had lost more than $340,000, more than its investors could endure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail Oakland 2-0. We're heading to the top of the fifth inning. Excuse me. Waldachuk's going to go back out there. He's been impressive. The first pitch on the way is a fastball at the knees, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves have gotten just one hit off him, and that was Darno's an infield hit. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. They have a couple of balls that they've hit pretty well. They've all been caught in the outfield. Waldachuk at 66 pitches so far. The lefty winds and deals and fouled back out of play. Do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 delivery from Waldachuk to Darno. They set up inside. Top of the zone misses. It's 1-2. Langoliers, I will say this. He does a good job of framing because such a smooth frame that he does. A couple of these pitches he's caught almost looks like they're strikes. The 1-2 pitch. Inside hits Darnold. He's down. Is he okay? Hopefully it hit him in the padding. He got up smiling and goofing over towards the dugout, turns his hat sideways. So oh man, I thought it hit him in the lower part of the leg. It hit him just above the knee. Man, that could have been bad. So 1 on and nobody out. Maybe this is what the Braves need to get going. First pitch is swung on by Grissom, and it's hit high and deep into right field, going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. A 2-run shot to tie up this baby. It's 2-2 here in Oakland. He got a hold of that, and it just kept going and going and going. They've got that high right field wall. Thought it might get the top of it. Grissom is really starting to heat up, and it's 2-2 in Atlanta. For Atlanta in Oakland. Opposite field, Oppo Boppo, as they call him. Impressive from the young man. The first pitch is on the way to Harris, and he pops it up, foul territory, giving chase. Somehow that ball went into out of play past the tarps. I didn't know that was possible. So much room over there on the third base side. So we got a brand new ball game here in Oakland. It's 2-2. And the 0-1 pitch to Michael Harris. Swing and a miss. Slider off the plate. And it's 0-2. Braves have got to find a way when Ozzie Albies comes back to make sure Grissom's bat stays in this lineup. The 0-2 pitch swung on and hit hard over the right side, diving, making the play at first. Baseman is Vogt. He flips it over to first, covering the bag as Waldichuk steps on the bag, and they're going to say he's out by, maybe a half step. The Speedy Harris hustling all the way. I think he probably got him, but it was close. Back to that thought process. I remember when they first talked about Grissom, that there was a strong possibility he could play left field. Now, I don't know if that was speculation or if that's realistic. I know he played some outfield much younger, but I don't believe he's done it anytime recently, excuse me. So that'll bring Ozuna to the plate, and Ozuna takes the first pitch low below the knees, and it's 1-0. You could make the argument that Grissom is just as deadly with the bat as Ozzie. I know that might be blasphemy, but he has been phenomenal. The 1-0 pitch taken outside for a ball. He called it a strike. That was a wide strike, and I mean a wide strike. It's 1-1. We're sitting in Oakland. That ball was damn near in San Francisco. The 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back. It's 1-2. Marcell Ozuna, 21 home runs on the year. Braves would like to tack on here. Keep this going. The 1-2 pitch swung on, fouled down the right field line. We'll do it again at 1-2. Jacob deGrom against the Pittsburgh Pirates tonight. What is that going to look like? It's going to be like roadkill. It's going to be like was it Alabama and Utah State? The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Curveball could not make contact. It was right there in the zone. And there's 2 away. Sometimes those are the games that end up shocking you. You'll see the score the next morning. How in the world did Pittsburgh put up 4 or 5 runs? But I'm not holding my breath on that one. That's you got to assume if you can win today, you'll only be a half game out going into the weekend. The 2-2, the first pitch to Grossman is swung on and popped up, giving Chase's vote, goes against the screen. And it's first pitch swinging, it's 0-1. Grossman 0 for 1 on the day. Robbie Grossman. The 0-1 delivery from Waldachuk, swung on and hit high, but not very deep into left field. Fighting the sun is Thomas. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves put 2 on the board and tie it up. It's 2-2. We head to the bottom of the 5th.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Inbound. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can. Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
John Montgomery Ward's brotherhood was crushed, and the reserve clause remained firmly in place. The players were even more powerless than they had been before. Albert Goodwill Spaulding's National League swallowed up both its rivals, and now, swollen to 12 teams, held a monopoly on Major League Baseball.
The Players' League is deader than the proverbial doornail. When the spring comes and the grass is green upon the last resting place of anarchy, the national agreement will rise again in all its weight and restore to America, in all its purity, its national pastime, a great game of baseball. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Spencer Strider goes back to work. Game now tied, and the first pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Shea Langoliers, ex-Braves prospect, is 0 for 1. Ground out in the second inning. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Langoliers, 3 home runs on the season, just 72 at bats. The 0-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. And Strider's cooking. Another strikeout. Make it 5 in a row. And 6 of his last 7 batters. That'll bring the number 9 hitter Nick Allen to the plate. Nick Allen struck out his last time up. The first pitch to him is swung on and fouled back 99 miles an hour. Just got a piece of it. and it's 0-1. Strider, who struggled mightily to start this game, now has 8 strikeouts. The 0-1 pitch. Slider swung on and missed. Nasty break, and it's 0-2. Braves 2, A's 2. Bottom of the 5th inning. Strider, the 0-2 delivery, swung on and hit on a line, but right at Dansby. Lieutenant Dan makes the catch, and there's 2 away. So that lineout breaks a streak of 5 consecutive strikeouts. Atlanta trying to win to keep pace with the Mets, who already won today. We'd be tied atop the NL East once again. The Mets do play tonight. The first pitch is a fastball at the knees, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Mets will finish up their series in Pittsburgh. Then they'll go to 3 in Miami as the Braves are heading to Seattle. Red hot Seattle team. It's going to be tough customer this weekend. The 0-1 pitch, fastball misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. The 1-1 delivery from Strider to Matchin and misses wide and high. It's 2-1. Matchin 0 for 1. He did walk his first time up. The 2-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into right field, going back. Right before the warning track. Grossman has it, and that'll end the inning. So an F9 in the books. We'll head to the top of the 6th. Acuna, Swanson, and Riley coming to the plate.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play 3rd quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
It's a quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. And Acuna steps to the plate, and the first pitch by Waldichuk is wide and outside. Change up missing. It's 1-0. Ronald Acuna Jr. yet to get on the board today. He's 0 for 2. And the 1-0 pitch misses wide, but whoa. All right, Marquez is going to call that a strike. It's 1-1. 2 flyouts for Acuna. The last one, he took him deep into center field. The 1-1 delivery swung on and fouled off his foot. Seems to be okay. It's 1-2. Without saying it, they have essentially said it. Ron Acuna Jr. is going to be the designated hitter going forward for the rest of the regular season. That ball hit the back of his leg, so I guess thankfully nothing near his knee. The 1-2 pitch swung on, fouled down the right field line. We'll do it again at 1-2. Couple of quotes, just reading between the lines. Essentially, he's going to be the designated hitter, and they hope to get him to the playoffs and then maybe have him play then in the outfield. The 1-2 pitch swung on and grounded over to third, making the play a good play by the Oakland third baseman Manchin. He fires it over to first, and there's one away. Top of the sixth here, Dansby Swanson comes to the plate. He's 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts. Waldichuk up at 85 pitches. If the Braves can get something going here, this might be his last inning. The first pitch on the way to Swanson is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Curveball missing way out of the zone. They set up inside on the 1-0 pitch, and that ball was off the plate, but Marquez getting fooled by those frames. It's 1-1. I would hope Alfonso Marquez, as bad as he's been this year, would not end up in the postseason. The 1-1 delivery on the way, swung on and fouled back. It's 1-2. Braves 2, A's 2, top of the sixth inning, Braves country baseball. On a Wednesday afternoon in September, hot deep into the pennant race. Waldichuk spins, kicks, and deals, and the fastball's fouled off the plate. Swanson stays alive at 1-2. On deck, Austin Riley, if he can keep things going. Matt Olson is in the hole. The 1-2 from Waldichuk. It's on the way. It's in the dirt. Evens up the count at 2-2. The 2-2 delivery from Waldichuk, and fastball inside misses. It's 3-2. Got a couple of more of those turn back times that we collaborated on from yesterday and today. On this date, 1996, Eddie Murray hits his 500th home run. And at the time, as the 3-2 pitch on the way to Swanson swung on and hit high and deep, going back, over the wall and into the scoreboard. It's 3-2 Atlanta. Swanson, I'd mentioned it the first couple of times he was up. It looked like he was just missing Waldichuk's inside fastball. That time, he swung and got that thing well over the wall. Get the numbers to you here in 1 second. That was beyond impressive. He hammered that over the left field wall into the upper, I'm sorry, just below the upper deck. My eyes deceive me. Think they may be going to break, making a pitching change. We'll see what they do here. Going out there to talk to them. They are taking a break. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead it 3-2.
We're going inside them. We're going outside them. Inside them and outside them. And we're not going to pass. We're going to get them on a run. We're going to go, 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 go.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the ninth. Got him. They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets. It's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0 10-inning victory. Bell, left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life. TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
There's something very American about being a poor loser, refusing to shake the other fellow's hand. He says he's a scoundrel. He always was a scoundrel. And
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch misses wide for a strike by Sear. The right-hander out of the Oakland bullpen, it's a 1-0. The 1-0 pitch to Riley is swung on and hit high and deep into center field, but underneath it is Laureano. He gave it a ride, but it died at the warning track. There's 2 away. Thought Riley might have got a hold of that one. Braves 3, A's 2. If you're just joining us, Oakland jumped out in front in the first inning and really looked to have Strider on the rope. Spencer Strider just could not find the zone. Struggled a little bit in the second inning, but has been phenomenal ever since. Matt Olson comes to the plate. 0 for 2 on the day. The 95-mile-an-hour fastball misses wide of the mark, and it's 1-0. Matt Olson hit the home run last night in his comeback tour of Oakland. 94-mile-an-hour fastball again misses wide. It's 2-0. Braves trying to keep pace with the New York Mets, who have already won this afternoon. The 2-0 pitch inside misses ball 3-0. Atlanta came into this morning tied for the National League East. Mets won, pulling a half game in front. The Braves can match them and then sit back and watch tonight. The 3-0 pitch swung on and miss. Top of the zone fastball, and it's 3-1. One would think Strider would go back out there for a 6th inning. His pitch count is actually pretty reasonable at this point. They'd love to get another inning out of him. The 3-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's full count now to Olsen at 3-2. This time of the year with the wear and tear on everyone's bullpen, you always appreciate it when your starter can go 6-7 innings. I think 7 would be unrealistic, but he could get through the next inning. Unless it was 3 really quick outs. The 3-2 pitch swung on and hit high, but not very deep into shallow center field. Can of corn caught by the second baseman, Bryan, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Atlanta Braves take a 1-run lead into the bottom of the sixth. It's 3-2, Hot Atlanta.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz, touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown, and now it's Bowden's decision, and he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
Protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Sit sharp. I'm not playing, you stupid game.
Baseball was mighty glamorous and exciting to me, but there's no use in blinking at the fact that at that time, the game was thought by solid, respectable people to be only 1 degree above grand larceny, arson, and mayhem. And those who engaged in it were beneath the notice of decent society. Connie Mack.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 3-2 now. Spencer Strider, 8 strikeouts on the day. So we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be Brown, Murphy, and Vogt, and Strider is heading back to work out there. Strider lifts the red glove, kicks and deals, and it's a slider right there across the plate to Brown. It's 0-1. Spencer Strider at 88 pitches. So you got to figure if he can have a solid inning here, he can get through this and get himself a quality start. The 0-1 pitch, fastball, outer edge, misses. It's 1-1. It's really odd that Marquez is giving that pitch to the lefty, but not giving it to the righty Strider. The 1-1 down below the knees for a ball. It's 2-1. I don't know if it's the way he sits behind home plate that he just doing a bad job in blocking his own view. The 2-1 delivery swung on and hit into left field, going back against the wall. On the warning track is Ozuna. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. Can't be a very big crowd here today. My guess is going to be somewhere in the 8,000 to 10,000 range. Was watching a little bit of the Pirates Mets, and they had the same thing going on. Wednesday afternoon baseball, and schools are back in session. 99-mile-an-hour fastball misses out of the zone. To Murphy, it's 1-0. On top of that, you have a team that's not competing for any kind of playoff run. The 1-0 pitch, fastball at the knees, called strike. It's 1-1, 98 right there over the plate. Clayton Kershaw is pitching today for the Dodgers. He has a shutout going. Looks like McHugh and Matzik are both warming up in the Braves bullpen. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, slider off the plate, and it's 1-2. hopefully we won't see either one of them till the next inning. Like to see Strider put in 6 solid. Really would be a heck of a deal for a rookie to struggle that bad in the beginning and be able to get a quality start. The 1-2 pitch is grounded over to third. Riley's got it. He fires it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out. 2 away in the bottom of the 6th. I must have just jinxed Kershaw because he just gave up a 2-run home run. It's 2-0 Giants. Back to the turn back time. Eddie Murray, this state, 500th home run at the time. Only Willie Mays Murray and Hank Aaron, as the 1-0 pitch just fouled back out of play. Stephen Vogt, it's 1-1. Only those 3 men had 3,000 hits and 500 home runs. Since then, Pujols and Miguel Cabrera, have both done it. And 2 folks with asterisks on their names, A-Rod and Palmeiro, both, of course, in the steroids scandal. The 1-1 pitch is off the plate wide. It's 2-1. I think that's going to be a club that dies off because the home runs will be there, but I don't know if you'll see that many 3,000 hit guys anymore, as low as these batting averages are. The 2-1 pitch is back up the middle and grounded into center field for a 2-out single. Stephen Vogt with the 2-out single and 2 away. Laureano coming to the plate. Really, first pitch has been hit hard against Strider in several innings. You would think they'll leave him in, and they do. So that'll bring Laureano to the plate. He's 0 for 2 on the day. And the first pitch is a fastball outer edge, and that one he does get called for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves 3, A's 2. Bottom of the 6th here in Oakland. The 0-1 swung on and popped up, but a mile out of play. That thing hit the cement in the walkway and bounced into the next deck. That is some old school cement in Oakland. So you got an 0-2 pitch to Laureano. On the way, fastball misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-2. Spencer Strider, maybe his last batter of the day, maybe his last pitch of the day. 1 on, 2 out, a 1-2 count. Darnode sets up outside and fastball, caught him looking, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So the A's put 1 on, but can't fail to score. We head to the top of the 7th. It's 3-2 in Oakland.
Well, I have a date too.
Who is it? What's his name?
His name is not important. What's important is he's better than you in every conceivable way.
Well, that could be anybody.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, in the Armchair Quarterbacks, a Southern tradition like no other. We dive into the Southeastern Conference and the Southern teams in the National Football League. We talk the betting lines, fantasy football. So join us Saturday mornings and get your football weekend started right with the Armchair Quarterbacks, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, right here on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
The famous Baltimore chop. They would intentionally hit down on the ball, hoping to get a large bounce, which would give the runner time to make it all the way to first base before the shortstop or second baseman could even field it. They would, opposing teams to combat this would flood the area in front of home plate so that when they hit down for the Baltimore chop, the ball would just stop there and catcher would pick it up and throw the guy out at first. It was an entire set of strategies, tactics, and most importantly, attitudes, which I think that story reveals, that really defined baseball at the time.
So after a rough start, Spencer Strider looks like he's done for the day and well-deserved. He retired 16 of his last 17 batters he faced, finished with 9 strikeouts. The Braves will try to go out there and get a few more runs to cushion this 3-2 lead here in the 7th. The top of the 7th is Travis d'Arnaud, and Sear is back out there, misses wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Tyler Sear has only had 2 appearances this year. Misses off the plate wide. It's 2-0. 29-year-old looks like this is his first time in the major leagues this year. 1 inning pitch with a 9 ERA. The 2-0 pitch is swung on and missed. Fastball right in his kitchen, and it's 2-1. Tyler Sear, 6'1" right-hander, 29 years old, just breaking into the big leagues. The 2-1. Slider just clips the top of the zone, and it's 2-2. Kind of a cool story if he's not going against you. The 2-2 delivery swung on and fouled back. Do it again at 2-2. If you missed it earlier, Aaron Judge hit another home run, 55 now, chasing history. We'll let you know if anything else pops off on that. Still 6 away from tying Roger Maris, but with what, about 24, 25 games left in the season, 26 for some. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. d'Arnaud could not catch up with the high heater, and there's 1 away. That'll bring Vaughn Grissom to the plate. Grissom, he got the Braves going last time up, hitting an absolute bomb over the right field wall. A 2-run home run, tying the game up at 2 apiece. The first pitch to him is right there at the knees, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Saved this one for last. This actually happened yesterday, but I wanted to mention it. On this date in 1995, so September 6th, actually, Cal Ripken Jr. breaks Lou Gehrig's. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and rifled down the left field line. They're going to say it just went foul. Man, that was close. That would have been extra bases for sure. With Grissom's speed, that might have been 3. You never know. Got to give the ball boy props. He tried to make a diving stab. So Grissom digs back in on the 0-2 count. Here's the delivery, swung on and hit hard into left field, down for a single. The Braves got something cooking here in the top of the 7th, 1 on and 1 away, with Michael Harris coming to the plate. On this date in 1995, Cal Ripken Jr. breaks Lou Gehrig's all-time Ironman record of 21-31 consecutive games played, receiving a 22-minute standing ovation. I think everybody remembers where they were when that happened. If you're too young to remember that, one of the biggest things was that was the year right after the strike. So fans were just coming back, and Ripken setting history was a big deal, a big part of that. They're going to take a quick break and head to the bullpen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball. Update on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Every Wednesday, Matt McGee, Justin Waller, we come to you live, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central, to talk the world of sports. The Atlanta Braves in Major League Baseball, Tennessee Titans, and the National Football League, Southeastern Conference, and college football. We'll get you over the hump every Wednesday, kicking you right into your sports weekend. Update every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel and your local CBS affiliates. Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, we'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land, and doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 3-2. We got Vaughn Grissom on first. Michael Harris coming to the plate, and the left-hander Sneed coming out of the bullpen. Sneed flips it over to first to keep Vaughn close by. Kirby Sneed, 38 appearances this year with a 5.59 ERA, 37 innings, 29 strikeouts, a 1.76 whip. First pitch on the way is a fastball, top of the zone, called a strike, and it's 0-1. Dodgers now lead the Giants 3-2. That game is in the 5th. Game doesn't have a lot of bearing on the Braves one way or the other, as the Dodgers will win their division. You got to figure they'll be the 1 seed. They would have to have a monumental collapse not to get the 1 seed. And the Giants are so far out of it now, they're almost mathematically eliminated from the wild card. The 0-1 pitch to Harris, swung on and banged down the left field line. It's going to get in for a single. They were playing Harris on a shift, and it went in between the 5-6 hole. The third baseman was playing very, very in, almost like bunt defense. So it was a chopper that just bounced past the third baseman, went right over his head, but not far enough away from the left fielder for it to be extra bases. So we got runners on first and second with 1 away, and Marcell Ozuna to face the left-hander. Ozuna 0 for 2 on the day. The first pitch takes it right there for a strike. Changeup about belt high. It's 0-1. Marcell Ozuna trying to find any way to bring in Vaughn Grissom, who stands at second, would give the Braves a 2-run lead. Of course, anything that goes in the gap would surely score 2. The 0-1 on the way is a changeup way off the plate and wide. It's 1-1. Ozuna 6 for 13 in September. A double, a home run, 3 RBIs, and a walk. 462 on that clip. As we know, when he does get hot, he gets scalding hot. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. I think Ozuna will always have that streakiness in him just by the way he swings that bat. It's such a round swing. If he's not connecting and not keeping his back foot set, he tends to kind of flail out in front. But I don't think there's a whole lot Atlanta can do about it. I know Braves fans have talked about it and complained about it. The guy still has 2 years and 30-something million left on his contract. The 1-2 pitch, fastball misses wide and out of the zone. It's 2-2. And the pushback you always hear is, well, then trade him. To who? Who are we trading him to? Who wants that on their plate? I do think the longer he's in Atlanta, the more likely he's going to be a bench player, an expensive bench player, but a bench player. The 2-2 pitch swung on and roasted into left field. That ball is down. Wash is going to send Grissom. Grissom's around, sir. He slides into home. It's 4-2 Atlanta. On the play, Michael Harris goes first to third. And Ozuna comes through with the big single. Hit that ball right on the button. And he was able to get it just past the diving glove of the shortstop. The throw came in all the way to the plate. They really had no chance. I don't know what he was doing. I'm sure he'll get an earful when he gets in the dugout later. The left fielder would have been a lot smarter hitting the cutoff man or throwing it to third and keeping runners on first and second. But hey, we'll take it. So runners on the corners, one away, and Grossman first pitch swing and fouls off the 94-mile-an-hour fastball off the screen over towards the right field seats, and it's 0-1. I bet San Francisco fans at some point are thinking to themselves, we should have sold. Remember all those pieces they talked about the Giants selling at the deadline? The 0-1 pitch is swung on, and that ball is going to be a bullet in the gap. That ball gets down. Here comes Harris. He'll score. It's 5-2. Here comes Ozuna. Wash is going to send him. He's safe. 6-2 Atlanta. A double in the gap puts the Braves up by 4. Great piece of hitting by Grossman. Ball was on the outer part of the plate, and he stepped into it and drove it the other way. So the Braves now lead 6-2, a game that at one point we looked almost lifeless. They're coming out and they're going to make another pitching change. We'll do it with them. When we come back, the top of the order and a 4-run lead here in Braves country.
What does that smell?
That's East River.
You're swimming in the East River? Yeah. The most heavily trafficked, overly contaminated waterway on the eastern seaboard?
Technically, Norfolk has more gross tonnage.
How could you swim in that water?
I saw a couple of other guys out there.
Swimming?
Well, floating. They weren't moving much, but they were out there.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
You ever heard this one? Why go out for hamburger if you have steak at home? Well, what if your steak has an attitude problem?
The most pugnacious Oriole of them all was the third baseman, John Joseph McGraw. McGraw was born in Truxton, New York, the first of 8 children of an Irish immigrant railroad worker and his wife. When diphtheria struck his village in 1884, one by one, he watched as first his mother and then 4 of his brothers and sisters died. His father took out his grief and anger on his son, beating him so often and so mercilessly that at 12 he feared for his life and ran away from home. He supported himself at odd jobs until he won himself a place on the Olean, New York professional team at 16, and never again willingly took orders from any man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Sam Mole will come out on the mound. Sam Mole, right-hander. I'm sorry, now it's Jorge Ruiz. They put the wrong name up there at first. Jorge Ruiz, the right-hander, comes out on the mound, and the first pitch misses wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Ruiz, 5 appearances, 7 innings this year with a 12.27 ERA. The 1-0 pitch is taken for a strike, slider right in the middle of the plate. It's 1-1. I think if he throws another one like that, they're going to be fishing that out of the bay. The 1-1 pitch swung on and rifled to the right side. It's going to get through for a single. Walsh is going to send the runner. Here comes Grossman. He's going to score. An RBI single for Acuna, and the Braves lead it 7-2. Good piece of hitting by Acuna. Pitch was on the outer part of the plate, and he just hit it hard the other way. Bride was, because of Acuna's speed, he was trying to make the play without falling to his left. I think if he just dives out there and stops the ball, Acuna gets the single, but he wouldn't have got, the run would not have scored. First pitch to Dansby Swanson misses low. It's 1-0. Swanson, a solo shot, the go-ahead RBI in this game. 1-0 pitches at the knees, 94 miles an hour. And it's 1-1. Seeing a lot of pitchers from the A's that has very little experience here in the major size. Doubt the Braves have much to go on. The 1-1 pitch, fastball, 94 miles an hour, outer edge. It's 1-2. Usually most of these major league pitchers, the hitters have videos they can scout when they're going to the 1-2 pitch misses low. It's 2-2. When they're going to the bullpen and pulling a guy out, you can pull up video and see what the guy has. These guys last few guys have only had few innings of major league experience, not just this year, but in their career. The 2-2 swung on and missed, strike 3. Slider got him swinging in the dirt, and there's 2 away. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley. He's 0 for 3 on the day. First pitch to Riley is a slider banged foul, and it's 0-1. Start with the birthdays here. We'll get the baseball birthdays in first and then do the others on the other side. Happy 25th birthday to Dustin May of the Los Angeles Dodgers. The 0-1 pitch inside hits Riley. The slider went well inside. Just did not break. Thankfully, it was an off-speed pitch. Hit Riley right about where the top of his protective gear on his left arm is. So that'll bring Olson to the plate. Olson could really put a stamp on this and break this game wide open with one swing. Happy 48th birthday to the great Derek Lee. Used to play for the Atlanta Braves and Cubs, among other teams. Happy 62nd birthday to Greg Olson of the Atlanta Braves, catcher in the early 90s. First pitch to Olson is called for a strike. It's 0-1. He was the Atlanta Braves catcher from 89 to 93. The 0-1 to Olson. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Happy 27th birthday to Sandy Alcantara and Mark Pryor of the Chicago Cubs. That short career, he turns 42. The 0-2 pitch to Olson in the dirt, taken for a ball. Slider misses. It's 1-2. John Wall of the NBA, he turns 32 today. Signed a deal with the Clippers in the offseason. Braves 7, Oakland 2. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit high, but not very deep. Underneath it is Laureano. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves put 4 on the board. It's 7-2. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Get ready to stretch, y'all.
All right. See you. Let me hear you.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around at the old ball game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names. Told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 7-2. Appreciate you spending your Wednesday afternoon with us. The Braves will go to the bullpen for the first time. It'll be Colin McHugh coming out there to protect the 5-run lead. The first pitch is on the way, and it is a nice slider by McHugh for a strike, and it's 0-1. It'll be the 6, 7, 8 hitters in this inning. Bride, 0-1 pitch misses wide, and it's 1-1. Bride, Thomas, and Langoliers, if anyone gets on Allen. The 1-1 from McHugh, swung on and fouled back. Cutter missed high and fouled back wide. It's 1-2. McHugh looks in. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled down the line. It's 1-2 once again. Colin McHugh looks into d'Arnaud, kicks and deals, and slider misses off the plate. Taken for a ball. It's 2-2. Finishing up those birthdays. The 2-2 pitch. Top of the zone. Missed just inside. It's 3-2. Leslie Jones of Saturday Night Live, Memphis, Tennessee native. She turns 55 today. 3-2 pitch right there. But Marquez says it's a little inside, and it's a leadoff walk for the A's. Shannon Elizabeth of American Pie fame, she turns 49 today. Jane Curtin of Saturday Night Live, Kate and Alley, she is 75. Idris Elba, the actor, turns 50 today. First pitch taken for a strike. Top of the zone, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from McHugh to Thomas is swung on and popped up. Can anyone get to it? It stays in foul territory, but too far to run to it and catch it. Falls harmlessly to the ground. There's 2 strikes and no balls on Thomas. And Macy Gray turns 55 today, and that's your birthdays. Colin McHugh with an 0-2 count on Thomas, the lefty, leans in. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. Cutter top of the zone, could not make contact. Might have chased one there. There's one away. So that'll bring Shane Langoliers to the plate. Langoliers 0 for 2. Ground out and a strikeout. Young rookie. First pitch swinging, and it's a cutter on the outer edge and missed. It's 0-1. Langoliers with the high socks. Always a good look in baseball. I don't know why more players don't do it. The 0-1 pitch. Cutter misses high out of the zone. It's 1-1. One delivery, swung on and missed. Cutter on the outer edge. It's 1-2. Looking at the scoreboard real quick, the New York Mets won their early game today. The Braves win here, they'll be tied with the Mets playing tonight. That game is at 6:35. Jacob deGrom on the mound for the Mets. The 1-2 off the plate wide, it's 2-2. Seattle leads Chicago 4-2. That game is in the top of the 6th inning. Luis Castillo pitching today. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Nasty slider that just dropped off the table. Langelier is just trying to make contact, could not put wood on it. There's 2 away here in the Oakland 7th. That brings Allen, the number 9 hitter. Nick Allen swings at the first pitch and fouls it down the line. It's 0-1. Nick Allen 0 for 2 on the day. One of the many young players that the A's have in their lineup. The 0-1 pitch is a slider swung on a miss. It's 0-2. One on, 2 away. Runner on first, an 0-2 count. Here's the delivery right there at the knee, strike 3. Caught looking. We'll head to the top of the 8th inning. The Braves lead it 7-2.
We can't Herbie Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
2 teams dominated the 90s, the Boston Bean Eaters and the Baltimore Orioles. Boston, led by Billy Hamilton and Hugh Duffy, pioneered what would be called the inside game. But the Orioles perfected it. Sacrifice bunts, squeeze plays, double steals. They fought and struggled for every run. In an era of dirty baseball, the Orioles delighted in being the dirtiest. The Orioles were one of the greatest teams ever assembled. Dan Bruthers, the broad-shouldered first baseman, was the greatest power hitter of the 1880s, bettering 300 in 14 seasons. Wee Willie Keeler in right field was the game's preeminent place hitter. Asked for the secret of his success, he answered, "Keep your eye clear and hit them where they ain't." He once managed at least 1 hit in 44 consecutive games. The shortstop was Huey Jennings, known for his distinctive yell as "Ee-ya." In 1896, he hit .401, stole 70 bases, and set a record in his specialty. He managed to get hit by pitched balls 49 times. Between seasons, he practiced long.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Oakland A's 7-2 as we head to the top of the 8th inning. Rounding out that scoreboard real quick, Colorado leads Milwaukee, beat Milwaukee 8-4. Brewers are just flailing, falling out of the wild card race. Minnesota and the Yankees are tied in the 10th inning. First pitch swinging by Travis d'Arnaud, and it's a deep fly ball, but easily playable, and there's 1 away. F9 if you're scoring at home. Brown with the easy assist. Angels lead the Detroit Tigers 3-1 in the ninth. Dodgers 3, San Francisco 2. That game is heading to the bottom of the sixth. First pitch by Ruiz to Grissom is a fastball inside, dropped by the catcher. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch inside and hits Grissom. He jogs down to first. Don't think there was any intent there. Just nicked Grissom right in the elbow pad. So that'll bring Michael Harris to the plate. Harris is 1 for 3. 1 on, 1 out. Fastball at the knees. Might have been a changeup, but it just missed. For a ball, it's 1-0. Harris 1 for 3, a single and a run scored in the seventh. The 1-0 pitch swung on and bangs it into center field. And it's going to be a first to third for Grissom. A single by Harris. Grissom goes from first to third with ease. And you got runners on the corners with 1 away. Just hit a worm burner right past the diving second baseman. So runners on the corner, 1 away, and that brings Heredia into the game. Heredia coming in for Ozuna. He'll stay into field. First pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 1. Not a lot of games tonight. But you do have the Mets, Cubs and Reds, Minnesota and Yankees. They also are finishing up a doubleheader tonight. And Texas and Houston. The 0-1 pitch down below. Misses wide. It's 1-1. Armchair Quarterbacks one show follows the broadcast here. Justin Waller will join us. We'll talk baseball and football talk as the NFL kicks off tomorrow. The 1-1 pitch right there at the knees, taken for a strike. Probably the best pitch I've seen Ruiz thrown. It's 1-2. On deck is Robbie Grossman. Braves 7, Oakland 2. The 1-2 pitch fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Heredia can get anything lifted into the air into the outfield. Grissom should score. Of course, anything in the gap, Harris would probably score as well. The 1-2 pitch swung on and popped up. It's got a can of corn over in foul territory. Making the catch is the third baseman, Machine. There's 1-2 away. Shortstop Allen banged into the umpire. They're both kind of laughing about it. I think the shortstop was a little irritated. He felt like the umpire should get out of the way, and he's probably right, but the umpire was watching the fact that the third baseman easily had it playable. First pitch in the dirt to Grossman, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. In theory, the umpire should have backed out of that, but I don't think he realized that the rookie was coming over to possibly try to make a play. So no harm, no foul. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and banged off the dirt. We'll do it again at 1-1. One runners on the corners and it misses inside. 2-1. Four-seam fastball, about 94 miles an hour. Now Grossman's got runners on the corners with a 2-1 count in his favor. Here's the delivery. Slider inside misses. It's now 3-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on deck. You got to figure you're going to see something to hit here. You don't want to load the bases to face Acuna if you're Ruiz. The 3-1 pitch. Inside ball 4. Grossman will walk down to first. Harris will move up 90 feet. Grissom will stay put at third. The bases are juiced for Ronald Acuna Jr. Acuna with the single and an RBI his last time up. Pitching coach is coming out there to talk to Ruiz, probably telling him, man, I'm out of arms down there. You're going to have to find a way to get out of this one. 7-2 Atlanta. Bases loaded. Acuna at the plate. If he keeps it going, it would be Dansby, Swanson, and then Riley. Acuna trying to add to his 2 career grand slams. And I'm sure that is going through his mind right now. The first pitch to Acuna is a 94-mile-an-hour fastball taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Acuna gets one in the gap. That would probably be 3 RBI because Grossman can run well with 2 away. The 0-1 outside misses, evens up the count. It's 1-1. One delivery, swung on and hit hard. We're right at the shortstop. It'll be a 6-4 put out, forced play at second, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the 8th. The Braves lead it 7-2.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. You can't play fatigued. Therefore, it's up to you to be in prime physical condition. You've got to keep yourself in prime physical condition because a fatigued player is a coward.
Armchair.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
He batted .321 or better over 9 consecutive seasons and stole 436 bases. Although he was short and weighed barely 120 pounds, he tripped opposing runners on the base paths, blocked them, spiked them, and rarely complained when they did the same to him. We'd spit tobacco juice on a spike wound, he remembered, rub dirt in it, and get out there and play. Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. When he got into a fist fight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894, both benches emptied. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire wooden ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 7-2 as we head to the top of the eighth inning. I'm sorry, bottom of the eighth inning. 7 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Braves. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Oakland A's. A's did all their damage so far in the first inning. Spencer Strider was having a hard time finding the plate, walked 3 in that inning. They drove 2 in. But Atlanta's climbed back, and here comes Tyler Matzik out of the bullpen. Matzik, first pitch, misses high, the 94-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 1-0. Braves play late Friday night, late Saturday night, and a 4:00 start on Sunday, all in Seattle. The 2-0 pitch from Matzik. On the way, he kicks and deals and misses. No, he called it a strike. It's 2-1. He hasn't been given that pitch all day. I was surprised that he did. Marquez must have dinner plans. The 2-1 delivery from Matzik on the way, swung on and foul back. It's 2-2. Machine, the 1-hitter, Brown, the 2-hitter, and Murphy, the 3-hitter, all due up here in this inning. Machine's 0 for 2 and did reach on a walk earlier. The 2-2 swung on and fouled back. It's 2-2. Tyler Matzik pitched better of late. You'd like to really see him start hitting his stride as we head towards the postseason, where he was last October. The 2-2 pitch misses inside. It's 3-2. Dodgers have tied it up. The Giants have tied it up with the Dodgers. The solo home run. Kershaw was out of the game. Dodgers bullpen giving up a home run. The 3-2 swung on and grounded to short. Dansby's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout to start the eighth. So 1 up, 1 down so far. And the lefty Matzik will face the lefty Seth Brown, who's 0 for 3 with a line out and a strikeout. Remember, he hit a home run last night. Does have quite a bit of pop in his bat. The first pitch on the way is a swing and a miss, 95-mile-an-hour fastball, outer edge, and it's 0-1. Good pitch by Matzik. One of the better fastballs I've seen him throw in quite a while. When he is placing that fastball on the outer edge, and then you've got that nasty slider, he's hard to hit. The 0-1 swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back, and believe that is a home run. Hit the top of the facade and bounced back into play, but that is a home run at 7-3. Tyler Matzik's fastball put it about belt high on a tee right over the plate. Brown did not miss. As good as that last fastball was, that one right there is the type of stuff that's been getting him into trouble. So it's 7-3 Atlanta. Time to buckle up. Don't want to get this into a nail biter. Murphy's 0 for 2, and he steps to the plate, and the first pitch is a called strike. They call that the slider, but it really looks more like a curveball. It's 0-1. The 0-1 right there at the knees, and that bad call by Marquez again calls it a ball. It's 1-1. That was right there in the zone at the knees. The 1-1 on the way. And that misses outside. I guess it's now 2-1. So a 2-1 count to the right-handed Murphy from left-handed Mark Matzik, excuse me. Pitches, that ball is wide. It's 3-1. Raciel Iglesias is warming up in the pen. Matzik, if he continues to pitch like this, he's going to find himself off the playoff roster, which is hard to believe considering how dominant he was last year. The 3-1 swung on and popped up out of play, foul. It's a full count now. It's 3-2. Braves 7, A's 3. Matzik taking his time to decide on a pitch. Darnode sets up inside. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 3-2 once again. Tyler Matzik, 15 pitches. And does he work slow? The 3-2 pitch swung on and roasted foul. Do it again at 3-2. I feel like when you see these pitchers that works fast, it doesn't give a chance for the batters to process and keeps them a little off balance. These guys like Matzik that just, I mean, you could time him with a sundial out there. Raises the glove, puts it to his chest, kicks and deals, and swing and a miss, strike 3. So 2 away now. And hopefully keep this from becoming any kind of a save opportunity. Been a while since the Braves have had back-to-back games of a good, clean bullpen as they get set one way or the other. We're headed to October. And these really are final auditions for these guys in the bullpen. First pitch is on the way to Garcia, who's in to pinch hit. Derek Garcia fouls it back. It's 0-1. Garcia in for the left-handed vote. Assuming Garcia will stay in. He is listed as a first baseman. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Slider misses low. It's 1-1. Braves 7, A's 3. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning here. A W gets us back into first place in the NL East ahead of the Mets night game. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. The 1-2 down off the plate, wide and inside. It's 2-2. Two delivery from Tyler Matzik. He kicks and deals, swung on and fouled off his foot. We'll do it again at 2-2. Atlanta's got tomorrow off, and then we head to Seattle for 3, and then San Francisco for 3. The 2-2 misses inside fastball, and it's 3-2. We finally come home off of this long road trip. We'll be at home against the Phillies and then Washington, and then at Phillies and at Washington. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and we're out of the inning. So a home run brings the A's just a little bit closer, but Atlanta still leads by 4. We'll head to the top of the 9th.
I'm a gigolo. How much do you think I could charge at night?
Here or in Japan?
Forget Japan. How much would you pay?
I don't know. $1?
I think I'm worth at least 300.
Oh, I don't think so.
All night.
I know. You're a gigolo.
Yeah, well, you hired me. I'm the victim here.
Did I force you into this life?
Yes. You and every woman like you.
Geico knows there are many reasons why you ride. From the exciting adventure of the daily commute to the peace of mind that Geico always has your back with 24/7 access to claim service and legendary customer service. But Pamela Mund had one reason in particular.
My skin is extremely averse to most fabrics, except for the soft, buttery feeling of leather. Thankfully, I found my clan of leather lovers in the biking community. It's been life-changing.
Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Hey, football fans, the Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Laborers leave the shade and quiet of a shop for the sun and fury of a ball ground. They stand and they exercise for hours. They attest that they mean to be men and not machines. Athletic games carry men back to their days of childhood. There is indeed, morally, a home base in all of them, as there is literally in baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead at 7-3, top of 9. First pitch swinging. Dansby Swanson will lift that ball foul down the right field line, but out of play, and it's 0-1. Swanson, Riley, and Olson due up in this inning. Swanson The 0-1 pitch right there, just off the plate. Called a ball. It's 1-1. The 1-1 swing and bounce it off the plate wide. It's 1-2. Braves 7, A's 3. Atlanta looking to get out of town with a 2-game sweep of the Oakland A's. The 1-2 pitch is down below the knees. It's 2-2. If the Atlanta Braves do come back and win this division, a couple of things folks will point at. Number one, best record in baseball since June 1st. But the other thing is they have done a very good job. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. It's 2-2. They've done a very good job of beating the teams they are supposed to beat. I remember in years past where we would come out and play a team like Oakland and you felt like you had the better team and somehow you'd either split the series or you might even lose it and you kind of muddle around. In most years, the Braves would be running away with this division, but because the Mets are having such an incredible year, here we are. The 2-2 pitch swung on, rifled into right field, and it's a leadoff single for Dansby Swanson. Think that might go overlooked a little bit, but when you go out there and beat the teams you're supposed to beat, that usually leads to great success no matter what the sport. The first pitch to Austin Riley's taking high for a strike. It's 0-1. You know you're going to lose your fair share to the really good teams. That's baseball. This would be a season sweep of the A's. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. Conversely, when you see the Mets struggling with the Nationals last weekend, with the Pirates last night, you wonder if that Mets locker room is getting a little worn down by this grind. The 0-2 pitch misses off the plate. It's 1-2. All those guys are new to a pennant chase. Braves locker room are used to it. Veteran laden team that's been to the playoffs, been to the World Series. When it's new to you, this long grind where you can't take any days off. The 1-2 pitch swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's one away. Matt Olson's coming to the plate. Olson 0 for 4 with a strikeout, a line out, 2 flyouts. Olson returning to his old stomping grounds in Oakland. Drafted him 10 years ago. Played for the parent club 16 to 21. First pitch to Olson is fouled off the plate and off the catcher. Seems to be okay. It's 0-1. Iglesias is warming up in the pen. I also see Kirby Yates stretching out. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded into a 4-6-3 tailor-made double play. That'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the ninth. The Braves lead it by 1.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
Armchair.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us.
Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Invidium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
What's going on here, guys?
All right, coach. So basically, it was a holding call. But these dudes started me in their fantasy league, which is cool because this dude started our quarterback, but he started our kicker and I started their defense. So it's kind of a pickle.
Compromising the integrity of this game with your fantasy football leagues? Listen to me. If there was holding, you make that holding call. I don't care if it was on our team or not. I care about this game too much to let you.
Coach, you started their defense too, didn't you? Yeah, you definitely started their defense.
Damn right I did.
Armchair.
My grandfather was a sour old man, and I liked him. He lived with us. But he was out in the backyard throwing a ball when I was a little kid. He's smoking his pipe, and he said, you like baseball? And I said, yeah. He said, what do you play? I said, I'm a shortstop. And he said, that's what I used to play. And I said, you used to play? But a year or so later, I found the local paper did a 50-year anniversary thing, and there was a reprint of a game that he had played in 1892, and it said, Watts. His name was Fred Watts, shortstop, and he had 2 hits. And I thought, my grandfather played baseball in 1892. So it's part of existence. It's part of our heritage.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac McGee sitting alongside with you today as we try to get those final 3 outs in a 2-game series sweep here in Oakland. Raciel Iglesias will come into the game. Most likely the Braves closer of the future. Braves made the trade for him out from the Angels, so he's seen the A's quite a bit. First pitch from Iglesias is a strike called. High in the zone, it's 0-1. He'll face Laureano, Bride, and Thomas. The 0-1 from Iglesias, swing and a miss, slider outer edge, it's 0-2. Braves made the trade for Iglesias, and Iglesias signed a 4-year deal with the Angels in the offseason. So the Braves would have him for the next 3. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider, got him. And there's 1 away. Braves will be paying him about approximately the next 3 years what they paid Kenley Jansen this year. So well within the Braves budget. They can get some of these other bullpen pieces locked down. The first pitch is a called strike fastball to Bride. It's 0-1. Bride 0 for 1 on the day, swung on and ripped over to third, but backhanded by Riley, leaps to his feet, fires it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out across the diamond. There's quickly 2 away. Love to see no drama 9th inning. 2 up, 2 down. Can we make it 3 up, 3 down? Braves 1 out away from pulling back into first place tie. But the New York Mets, who are set to start the second game of their doubleheader any minute now, I believe it's starting right about now. The first pitch is a fastball to Thomas out wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch wide of the zone. It's 2-0. 2 fastballs. Johan Oviedo is the pitcher going up against DeGrom tonight. The 2-0 swung on and fouled back. It's 2-1. He has a 2.79 ERA, 31 strikeouts, 29 innings in 16 games. So I'm thinking this is a bullpen game for the Pirates. The 2-1 delivery, swing and a miss, strike two. Took a little bit off of that. Looked like it might have been the slider. And the Oakland A's are down to their last strike. Iglesias looks in, kicks in, deals. What did he go around? He did. Called strike three. And that'll end it. So the Braves put another W in the win column. They win 7-3 after trailing this game 2-0, and Strider looking like he was going to struggle a little bit. He ends up getting the win. Strider on the day, 6 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned, 3 walks. They all came in the first inning, and finished with 9 strikeouts. So he gets the quality start. He gets the win. Waldachuk is going to get the loss, though he pitched a pretty good game, 5 1/3 with 3 earned runs, just 2 strikeouts, but he was jamming hitters left and right. The Atlanta Braves here in Oakland Coliseum take 2 games, a night day back-to-back. 7 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Braves. 3 runs, 3 runs, 3 hits, and no errors for the Oakland A's. Time of the game is 3 hours and 8 minutes. And they're taking a while. I thought I would have the actual attendance for you, but they're taking a while to load everything. They've been kind of slow today with all that, but that's okay. I'm going to put it at like maybe 6,000 people. That place was empty. We're going to take a break, but we're going to keep the feed running here. The Armchair Quarterbacks show with Justin Waller's coming up here in a second. Braves win it. Have a great one. We'll see you at the top of the hour for football and baseball talk on the Armchair Quarterbacks show. Hump Day. We'll see you in a minute. Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern, and cold they saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Though somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
Time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast. Saturday mornings, the Armchair Quarterbacks, a Southern tradition like no other. We dive into the Southeastern Conference and the Southern teams in the National Football League. We talk to betting lines, fantasy football. So join us Saturday mornings and get your football weekend started right with the Armchair Quarterbacks, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, right here on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't talking.
Hey, football fans, Armchair Quarterback Show is back. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday morning, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Hey Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn a year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Hey Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up the armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Lager, a beer that brought the forest down. I drive an exotic included sports car. I eat exotic farm food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to nothing, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80 bottle truck pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour Sunday. Here, brings out the patriot in you.
Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. We'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land. And doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We tell you who to start and who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Armchair. We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived. Armchair. Radio station.
It's always on my radio. Understand the music, except for now. Look at my talk.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Show. We're here weekdays on CBS Radio, YouTube Live, the Armchair Quarterback Show. Your first choice for Southern Sports Talk. Good afternoon, Mr. Justin Waller.
Good afternoon, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. All Braves countries are Pirates fans right now. We're tied for the lead in the division.
Hi, I'm Mike McGinn. I don't know much, but I know one thing. They told me the football season started tomorrow, but I have a hard time concentrating, man. We got 20-something games left. We're going out on the West Coast. We can do this. We can bring home another division title and watch them twist in the wind. Oh, by the way, another one of their big arms just went to the IL. Armchair. Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man. Yeah, the armchair.
Hey! Howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Welcome to the Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Show. I'm Mac McGee. Sitting alongside Justin Waller. Justin, how are you?
I'm doing great, Mac. Excited to see the Braves get through and get a win today. And didn't tie the top of the division. There we go. We had a little interference. We're back. That sounds better. And, hey, we're pulling for the Pirates to squeak one out. And let's see what happens the rest of September.
Yeah, I think, man, look, I think, I brought this up in the broadcast that I just did with the Braves. I think, is the audio okay?
It just popped back in. We're good.
Okay. I think I'm starting to figure out what's going on with it, but turn mine down just in case. If I'm too low, let me know, but I'm trying to prevent it from popping out on us. I don't know why it does. I never had that issue during the games normally. But anyways, the Mets have never been in, none of those guys, not many of them, have ever been in this chase. It's a long grind. It is a long grind. And now here we are. We're at the end of the damn season, and they can hear the footsteps, right? And even though they're playing the Pirates, and we're going to go out and have to play we got to go out and play Seattle. And San Francisco's still a good team. And that had to have been your parrot in the background.
Moreland thought different about that. He's just letting you know.
Even with all that being said, the Braves are used to it. And it's not just one time we've been through this. I mean, we've won the division 4 years in a row. And there's something to be said about that. Mets are a very good team. I don't doubt that one bit. But this is a long grind, and I mean a long grind. And here we are. Depending on who you are, you have about 25 games left. And they should go out and win tonight. They've got DeGrom against the Pirates. And a guy they're sending out to the mound, from what I can tell, it's a bullpen game because he's got like 16 appearances and 29 innings pitched. He's got a good ERA, but that tells me that you can't expect the guy to go very far, right? And you're talking about the Pirates bullpen, but is it starting to wear on him? And I do believe that Miami will give them a fight this weekend. So we need to go out and try and win that series in Seattle. I think if we win the series in Seattle, we'll still be in first place come Monday.
You would surely hope so. Sorry, Moreland had to go for a little ride. He's back. He wants to be on camera tonight, and I can't help it. I apologize. I've lost my babysitter.
Gotcha. Well, we can't quite see him because you got him blurred in the background.
Yeah, well, that's because he likes to act a fool on camera. But I will oblige, and y'all can enjoy. He likes to show that he's a multi.
We like the fact that you got lights on this week as the sun goes down.
Paid the bill. It helps out.
But they're going to go to Miami. The one thing Miami does have, they have very good starting pitching. So
they do, and in a divisional game, it's familiarity, and it's tough.
Went to the IL. He's gone for 2 weeks, minimum.
Sound familiar?
What's that?
Sounds familiar. Man, you got to hate that for the guy.
Well, the thing is, when they gave him the 40 something million a year, we talked about it in the offseason. I was hesitant because I was like, man, I know that he's really good when he's healthy, but he had dead arm in the NLCS last year. The man's pushing 40 years old. Still a great player, but how even Verlander is breaking down with his. We have a calf strain. He's been on the IL for about a week now. I think the whole thing's going to be it's going to be a war of attrition. We're going to get to that final weekend. The Mets are going to come to Atlanta. I fully believe that whenever Scherzer comes off the IL, they're going to plan it where he gets like maybe one start just in time to be able to go and pitch that second start in Atlanta. So he gets all the rust off. Right. And then the big question will be when we go and hit the final 3 games of the season, what kind of lead do we have? Do we have a lead? Because we're going to have to go to Miami and they're going to be hosting Washington. And all things being equal, I'll be honest with you, I'd rather play Washington than Miami in a final 3-game stretch. Because Miami, one thing that we know about Miami, they've got kids that are about this far from making that next move, right? Washington is light years away. Not that they don't have talent, but they're light years away.
And when you give kids that are that far away the opportunity to dethrone the champions, yeah, you're going to get your best game. Absolutely. I'd rather have the Nationals in that situation.
It feels like we are going to have to sweep the Mets. Because here's the thing. Right now, they have a 1-game advantage on us in the season series. So if they win the season series, it'll be the Mets with any kind of tiebreaker. If we end up in the tie, I think it would go to divisional games. And I'm pretty sure the Mets have a very good divisional record. That's one of the ways that so it feels like we may have to sweep the Mets. You sweep the Mets, you get any kind of tiebreakers. It's a Herculean task. But what we're hoping is that the Mets just fall apart down the stretch and they come into Atlanta and we only need 2 of 3 to like basically have a 2-game lead in the final 2. But if it's even Steven coming out of Atlanta, my concern is, will they have all the tiebreakers? Right. But I can't do enough justice to what Spencer Strider did today, because he came in, he did not have his best stuff. He sucked in that first inning.
Gave up 2, did he not?
What's that?
They were down 2-0 early to start, correct?
2-0. He had walked 3 batters in the first inning. And he wasn't really hitting the spots in the second, to be honest with you. But it seemed like he really came around the 3rd inning. And at that point, he was hitting his spots and ends up striking out 9. And look, we're so used to this guy going out and just flat out dominating. The thing is, after that first inning, 6 innings, 2 earned runs, 2 hits, 9 strikeouts, 3 walks. And those 3 walks were all in the first inning.
Yeah.
So
I'm pouting because my opponent or his opponent on the mound for the Athletics, and I can't do his last name justice off the top of my head, was one of my prospect pickups that cost me a W last week. So I'm a little hurt by that. Should have pulled him at the 5th today before he got lit up.
So one of the things I want to do here is, while we're doing this and talking sports, so the puppy is going on live with what is it called? Underdog Fantasy. And it's a tournament. And it's pretty popular. And I had some people ask me about sharing one more time. So while we're doing and it's shutting down tonight. So while we're talking sports, and I don't expect you to chime in much about the fantasy football part of it, Justin, but I'm going to share our screen and let people know that we got the puppy draft going on. Okay. So let me go ahead and do that real quick. Got to get to
Feel like I got a co-host here that wants to talk, and we'll keep you busy. Wow, he's pretty animated tonight. He's excited he got to listen to a little Braves baseball and actually catch a game with me. He now he's going to watch puppies on the screen and probably act a fool. So I have no idea how this will.
So this is called the puppy draft, and it's just because it's underdog fantasy.
Gotcha.
And it's a little $5 draft. You jump in, it's best ball. You don't have to worry about setting your players. But what you do have to worry about for people who are new to this is you have to realize you will have no pickups. You won't be setting your lineup. So you want to make sure you've got an even roster. So you're going to start. I'm hoping I can hope folks can see this well enough. You're going to start 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Here it is. 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, a tight end, a flex. Okay. Now I'm going to where am I picking? I'm picking 6th overall. So we'll see how this plays out. And you'll see me bebop back and forth because as I'm doing this, I've got to be able to see who I'm picking, but then when it's far away from me, I'll give you the broad stream of it. That's all the teams right there. So there we go. I've got the number 6 pick. You want to go homer on this pick and take Derrick Henry if he's there?
Oh, absolutely. But I doubt he's probably sitting there.
He's probably there. He doesn't tend to go high in these drafts because because it's best ball and it's wide receiver laden, because you have to start 3 wide receivers. A lot of people jump in on the wide receivers. We'll see what happens, but it's already looking like we might get them. But anyways, we will move on to our other topics at hand as we're doing this. Just wanted to give folks something to watch while we're yapping about. Braves win. Can kind of put a cap on that, kind of get into the NFL talk and college football talk. But big by this time next week, I hope when I talk to you by this time next week, we're still in the same position, like right there at first place. All right, Derrick Henry is there, so we're going to go ahead and grab him. I've grabbed him in a lot of leagues, but in a lot of leagues I haven't gotten him as far as the best balls, and we'll go from there. All right, next topic at hand. Let's talk some college football, Justin.
Wow.
First of all, before we get anything out of the way, before we talk about the Vols and Florida State, et cetera, why is Georgia not number 1?
No idea.
Dude, they put a beating on what is supposed to be the number 11 team in the country. They're the defending national champs.
Yeah, I was about to ask, didn't they just get rings? Anybody beat them?
But but what is the argument? Well, Alabama's got all this coming back. Okay, and I get that, but it's not like Alabama won't have.
And I guess they'll beat them in Atlanta and earn that number 1 spot, won't they?
Yeah, it's not like they don't have a chance to dethrone them. Georgia should have leapfrogged them 49-3.
I thought it was a thumping. It wasn't. I thought attrition would win out. They would pull away late, but that was a beatdown. That was dominating from the start.
They were playing with them.
Yeah, they toyed. They put the backups in the 3rd quarter. I mean, and it was a dominating performance. It was fun to watch. Aside from that, the other one that really jumped out, man, there was a lot of fun games going all the way back to the backyard brawl. But I got to go with Florida. That one was the shocker for me. I did not see that coming. And kudos to them. Hey, I hope they ride that momentum. I want to see a good game. You've got Kentucky coming. I believe that one's in Gainesville as well, if I'm not mistaken. But Kentucky, Florida, I know is this weekend.
Yeah, I believe it is in Gainesville.
Looking forward to see what happens there. There's a lot of questions still on both sides. Hey, Utah's a good football team. I still don't write off their defense. And wow, that makes
me. And I've got Derrick Henry, so I've got to go receiver or tight end here. And I think I'm going to go Debo Samuel. I know a lot of people are sleeping on him and think that, oh, well, they're not going to use a running back this year, et cetera, et cetera. I still think the guy is just phenomenal. So I'm going to go with Derrick Henry. But yeah, back to what you're saying. Sorry, every once in a while I have to interject when I'm making my pick, and they're spread out. But the Florida Utah thing, that wasn't that big of a shocker to me because Utah's in the Pac-12. And here's my thing. They got them at they voted the Gators to number 12 in the country. Okay, you can't have it both ways. You can't tell me every single year that the Pac-12 is trash and they're overrated, but then when Florida beats the number 17 that happens to be in the Pac-12, you say, well, that's worthy of a top 12 ranking. You can't have it both ways. So which is it? Is the Pac-12 really, really good? Or is it not? Because if it's not, and I don't think it is, we saw what Oregon got done to by Georgia. I'm not saying they should be ranked. That's not my argument. But from go to not ranked to 12th because you won by 3 points against a Utah team that we know they were good in the Pac-12 last year, but outside of that, what do we really know about them?
I mean, I'll even go one further. Does Tennessee deserve to jump to number 24? I mean, I think they just play Yahtzee. Do I think Tennessee has a great offense? Yes. Do they need to be ranked? Probably not yet. Beat Florida. Beat Pittsburgh this week, and then you get that ranking.
They didn't leapfrog a bunch of people. By the way, my pick's coming up. So I've got Henry and Brown and Samuel. I'm hoping AJ Brown. Damn it, he went right for him. So it's going to come down to Mike Williams and Keenan Allen in a best ball league. I'm going to go with Mike Williams. So I think he's got big play potential, and it'll be a couple months before I draft again. But I just feel like that they made a huge leap to go from not ranked at all to number 12 in the country. You never see that.
Definitely a heck of a jump, but I mean, I think it's just the dominance of the SEC of the weekend probably rolled. Well, I say the dominance of it, unless you're an LSU fan right now. But I just think it was just the top of the board, and they won the big games against the ranked opponents, and I think it tilted their way. Just think it goes to show that these rankings are a joke. That mean nothing.
If you're going to overreact to week one, then why isn't Georgia number 1 in the country? That's all I'm saying.
I don't know why they didn't start number 1.
I don't either, because they had enough coming back, and they are the defending champs.
If you didn't have them there, they should be this week. Shouldn't be a question about it.
Absolutely.
After what you saw on Saturday.
I know, but that poll has already came out, and that's my point. Right?
I know. I that's why I don't know. If you were a voter and you didn't have them going into preseason week, I guess -1, since we have week 0 now, you definitely should have had them after week 1 because that was a dominating performance. Any other big surprises jump out at you that just didn't see coming?
I'll tell you one big surprise that Brian Kelly didn't see coming. That guy's already in hot water. He's coached 1 game. I did not think Florida State would look as good as they did, just dominating the line and looking like a complete football team. I thought if they won that game, it would be because LSU turned the ball over 7 times, right? I mean, they just absolutely owned their offensive line. And I've got to give Jordan Travis a lot of credit. He looks very good. The running game really didn't get going, but LSU's defensive line is supposed to be elite, so that's not that shocking. But they made some big catches. I mean, I was absolutely floored by that.
You're on the clock. Where are you going now? You got 1 running back in Henry and 2.
The smart thing to do here, because of the way it stacks, is to go get another running back. I mean, receiver. I think I'm going to go with Allen Robinson. Or I can go wild and do this. Let me see if this works out for me. Get Lamar Jackson and see if Rashad Bateman might fall to me. If I can get that to happen, that would be beneficial, but we'll just see. I don't know. Sometimes you make these damn guesses on where a guy might fall. I think he can fall to me, but we'll just see how, because typically if you don't have Jackson, you don't want Bateman in a best ball league, because what you're trying to do for folks that don't play best ball is you're trying to do is find stacks so you can really run away with the pack, especially in a tournament setting, because it's going to go week to week to week, but then you get to the playoffs, and if your team is good enough to make the playoffs, you're going to go head to head against a bunch of people in the league. And what you're hoping at that point is that you can get that stack, that's the week that Lamar Jackson finds Rashad Bateman for 2 touchdowns. It's obviously no science to this. Like, it's not like regular fantasy football where you can go, well, I'm just building my team and I'll adjust. And this is all about the draft, which is fun, but I do like the normalcy of it too. I've never done best ball baseball. I'm looking forward to doing that next year.
It's an interesting concept. Best ball baseball.
Yeah, they've got best ball hockey, best ball basketball. I mean, basically you just draft your team, and then the best team that scores each day. I mean, the best player that scores each day, you get points for.
I think we need to bring rotisserie back, but I've been adamantly
trying to get
open about that.
There's not many that are. We'll hit it up again next off season. See if we get more people that are interested in it.
2 picks away, looking good so far.
Yeah, so now I've got to take this off and go find my actual player. So hopefully Bateman falls to me. If he doesn't, I'm going to have to pivot. One of the things I've done to pivot on people to really piss them off is I'll go and get a second quarterback and really piss them off. Oh, it went to me. All right, so here's Bateman. I'm going to go ahead and get him.
Passed on my boy.
Receivers, and I've got my quarterback and my running back. I kind of like to fill in. Now, look, if something crazy were to happen, I'd love to get Killer Waller, but Waller just went, but I don't think it's going to happen. So in a perfect world, and I've pulled this off in a couple of leagues, I've gotten Mark Andrews and Jackson and Bateman. But those are kind of hard to pull off because folks kind of see what you're doing and they'll start sniping you. Put this back on this. So I'm still several picks away. But yeah, I thought Florida State looked great. What little bit I watched the Tennessee game, I thought they looked like they're supposed to look. It's just like when Florida State beat up on Duquesne. I thought they looked the way they're supposed to look. And that's that's a good thing. When you play a terrible team, you want to look solid. You don't want to be going through the muck and the mire and barely getting a W.
When you're not in live at the game, you want to be able to channel surf in the second half. You should put away the teams that you should put away. And as a Tennessee fan, that hasn't happened in a long time. Florida State fans probably feel pretty similar. So it was nice to get that W, that team that you should put away. And then you guys followed it up with an unexpected road win. I hope Tennessee can follow suit because hey, Pitt looked good. Their defense was exposed to the run game late, but they did make adjustments. And hey, you got to chalk a lot of that up to first week jitters and new personnel in new positions. Coaching staff, coordinators. Just rolling with the punches that are thrown at them in week 1. So be interesting to see how Heupel attacks this offense or this defense of Pitt. I really think he's going to stretch it out and probably open up the running game quite a bit, but curious to see when Pitt counters that, how aggressive do they get? Do they stay wide open, Josh Heupel offense, or do we see some conservative play? So curious to see. And you're on the clock.
Yep, I'm on the clock again. So I don't have another running back. The best running backs I see that are available, in my opinion, I'm going to take my chances on J.K. Dobbins.
You're going to build this like you do your baseball teams, all one roster.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, first of all, I've been really big on J.K. Dobbins. I've got a lot of shares of him, not just in best ball, but in the other leagues. this guy's got a chip on his shoulder. Every time someone mentions him being hurt or limping, dude, he ats them. I mean, he ats them on Twitter and stuff. So a guy with that kind of, and plus he was looking to be so good last year. I don't think he'll play right away. He might miss the first week or two, but when he comes in, I mean, now I've got, in my opinion, look, that's a run heavy offense regardless. So I've got Dobbins, I've got Jackson, I've got the receiver. I thought about going with Schultz at that point, but the problem is if I missed out on that group of running backs, I'm going to be sucking BBs because the next tier is a big drop off to me. And I want my 2 running backs to be, stalwarts. I've got some best ball leagues where I went heavy on the receivers early, and I've got like one Derrick Henry type, but then like my rest of my receivers, and then my second running back is someone who you're not even positive he's a starter. And you'll see some teams do that. I mean, they will just go, you see all this orange on this guy. He hasn't drafted anything but a receiver right yet. The guy right in front of me. He goes out and drafts Brady. To me, that's not a solid. All right, I'm going to go Renfro. Oh, wait a minute. Schultz is still there. I'll go ahead and get my tight end. I did not think he would fall that far. So I've got my starting team except for a flex.
Go get my boy.
Unless something really good falls in my lap, I'm probably going to go heavy on receiver for a couple of rounds.
No kickers. Go get my boy.
No kickers, no defenses in this. It's a beautiful thing.
It is actually.
We did one league this year, and in the middle of the draft, one of our buddies started complaining about how we have some kickers in some leagues and some in other leagues, and he just wants to get rid of kickers altogether. I told him, I was like, man, some of these are keeper leagues. I'm not changing the rules, right? It is what it is. He's complaining, and one of the guys joined the league. He took over, I think, your team, and he renamed the team to Kickers Matter.
Do I have Tucker on that roster? I hope I do.
I have no idea. I don't pay attention to kickers, but
you did one year. The old Allen Robinson, Justin Tucker.
Allen Robinson, Justin Tucker, and Justin Tucker ended up on my roster anyways.
That's a good year. I think that's second mention. That was the opening weekend of the Atlanta Stadium. We were down there for Florida State, Alabama, and it's Tennessee, Georgia Tech.
And every time I see a college football game in that stadium, especially because Georgia Tech was playing that. By the way, did you catch that Georgia Tech game? They weren't playing bad football, but that coach is a moron. Now the special teams was terrible, but that coach kept making stupid call after stupid call and painting them into corners.
Yeah, they had bad situational football. They just you said it best. They backed themselves in corners where you were just left with. You needed perfect play calls and perfect situations and matchups, and that just didn't happen against that Clemson team.
So it's coming up on me. Now, this is what I would.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it fell to me. All right, I have to do this. Tony Pollard. Normally, I would go receiver. Tony Pollard is supposed to be set up in the slot role this year. So he's going to be a running back out there playing a receiver. Now I can ignore my running back for a minute. So you typically only need about 4 or 5, and then you need about, from what I've seen, you need about 8 receivers. I just go with 2 tight ends. I try to pair them up with my quarterbacks, but you can't always get it that way. Now, if he falls,
Yep.
I've been liking Robert Woods, but that's a long way for him to fall.
What about Dak on the come around, second quarterback?
What's that?
You got Schultz. What about Dak on the come around if he falls to you?
See, there's still Stafford, there's still Carr, there's still Rodgers. I think I'll let.
But didn't you grab Schultz?
I could because of the Schultz thing. It would be tempting. What am I, 5 picks away? Let's see if there's any receivers that are. That one guy went receiver hungry beginning of the game, beginning of it. And what he's going to try to do is he's just going to try to mix and match quarterbacks and hope for the best. Some good receivers still out there. Oh my, I'm 4 picks away. That's what the board looks like right now.
Well, they went Robert Woods at 97.
Yeah.
I had a feeling that would happen. Interesting that Traylon Burks went an entire round in front of him.
But look at these quarterbacks.
But he got both. Gotta like Dak sitting there.
Let me see if there's one other player that may.
I don't see many others.
I'm still going to pull the trigger on this.
Gallup is the only other I see.
By 10, by 9. So yeah, it'll work. So I got the 9 and 10. Okay, so Dak sits there with Schultz. And then I've got Bateman and Lamar. So what I can do now, I can pretty much get rid of the quarterback. At the end, sometimes I've grabbed some flyers on either, like I'll grab a third quarterback, be like a rookie quarterback. If it falls the right way, it's not a terrible idea to go with Deshaun Watson if you've got like one of the Cleveland tight ends or receivers, and you're basically stashing it for the end of the year.
It's actually interesting to watch this draft play out.
They had a super flex one that's what's his name? The guy who's played for Houston's in Arizona now. It's his charity. The defensive lineman, Watt, JJ Watt. And the super flex, you essentially want 2 quarterbacks. So I got Herbert, and then it came back. So I was the first pick. It went all the way up and all the way down, and I grabbed Derek Carr, which was pretty good. And then I noticed it went around a couple of times, and everyone kind of quit taking quarterbacks. It fell to me. I've got back-to-back picks. I grabbed Jacoby Brissett and Deshaun Watson. So I'm like, bam, because you have to have 2 quarterbacks, but you have to have a third for a bye week. I'm like, I got them both now. Let's go. And then I ended up.
You got 4 or 5 until your 5 until you.
What's that?
5 until your next pick.
Yeah. See what I got here. I feel like I need to go hard on my receivers now. So let me see. Just focus on
Gallup.
This is what I was hoping. I hope he falls there and stays there. That's why I grabbed Dak as well. Because if I can get Gallup, then I got 2 to pair with him. I missed out on
Boyd if not.
But we'll just see how it plays out. If not, I could go maybe Dobes. He could be the heir apparent. Oh man, there we go. Michael Gallup. And he shouldn't miss much time at all. So that plays out perfectly. I did not think that was going to happen.
Winner chicken dinner. Looking pretty good there. What's left for your roster? Another tight end?
I'll need another tight end eventually, but I'll grab a bum at the end. I'm not going to worry about it because there's nothing worth it. I'm going to focus on receivers, and then if there's a really good running back to add some depth, because I need about 2 more running backs and I need 4 more receivers. And the receivers start becoming few and far between.
I doubt Boyd's sitting there on the go around, but I like that one.
Yeah, if I had
I would say Burrow's owner is probably sitting in front of you on a pick.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'll go and queue a couple, but I think they're all going to be gone. I like Dobbs. Yep, he went as soon as I said it. Let's see what else we have here. The running backs, there's nothing that jumps out at me that I have to go grab right now. So let me go. So Joshua Palmer gives me depth in case something happens to Mike Williams. But Garrett Wilson is an intriguing one. McCurl Hardman. to me, I think is one that could be one that could really jump off. And Wan'Dale Robinson, this is a guy that a lot of people like, and I like him as well. But that might be too early to pick him. As far as tight ends goes, I think, yeah, most of the, to me, because I can wait on Robinson. To me, either adding a running back and getting some depth there, or go ahead and grab the best receiver available.
Clear out your running backs or just running backs?
What's that?
Clear it to just running backs.
Yeah, there's nothing for running backs, man.
Nothing.
I'm on the clock too, so I got to make a decision. I'll take a chance on the rookie Garrett Wilson. It's nothing of the running backs. I'm pretty set. The only thing I'm going to add is for possible injuries or something. Let me just pull this back out so people can see what I'm looking at. So I'm going here, so it's got to come back around on me. What's your predictions for the AFC NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl?
I don't know, because whatever I pick is going to be blatantly wrong. But I'm actually kind of excited about this season. Think we're going to see some new blood in there. But AFC, I'm going to go. Is that what we're starting?
Yeah,
we're going
sure.
Divisional and conference.
No. Just give me the championship games. We don't really have time to do all the divisionals and stuff.
I think it'll be Chiefs and Bills.
Okay.
I think the Chiefs pull it out. I'd like to see the Bills, but I'm going to go Chiefs. And over in the NFC, I'm going to go Packers, Rams.
So I'm going to grab this guy right here, Wan'Dale Robinson. And I know, if people haven't played a lot of fantasy, they're not really aware of what he is. King of Sports Illustrated, the NFL writer, he has been glowing about him all off season. And it sounds like Kadarius Toney has really pissed off the coaching staff, the new coaching staff there. Galladay has been a bust. And I think Wan'Dale Robinson, the rookie, is going to have a decent chance to have some big weeks. The one thing I got to pay attention to is I got 3 guys now that have the same bye in week 9.
What position? All the same position?
Yeah, 3 receivers. And then hell, my tight end and one of my quarterbacks has got week 9. So I got to pay attention to that. It's moving fast now. So we go ahead and queue up some guys here. Looks
Jefferson there
again. DJ Chark has been having a pretty good week. Off season. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this guy. The guy got shot.
He's tough.
So he's falling down the draft boards, but they're saying it was basically just a flesh wound, no structural damage. And I like his chances to play, in the first month or 2 of the season. And if not, I'll just say it's not my fault, man. Dude got.
Gotcha. What can you do?
Plus, man, if I'm gonna have all these Baltimore Ravens, I'm gonna need that gang, that street cred. So now we're heading to, what is this? What week is it? 14th. So I've got 5 picks left. I'll need a tight end. Probably go to wide receiver right now. Maybe tight ends. See what kind of tight ends are there. There's still some decent tight ends available. I don't see any. the receivers, AJ Green should have good upside at the beginning of the season. They're saying Zay Jones is having a good camp. I'm gonna draft him. Zay Jones for the Jaguars. Remember he signed in the offseason. Christian Kirk was the guy that signed the big money, but they're saying that Zay Jones is the one that is actually shining. So we'll see. It'll come back to me. I'll probably be able to get my other receiver.
Beckham play for the Rams sitting there at the end worth a grab.
Who?
Beckham. Does he come back and play?
I don't know. I mean, remains on Rams radar. I remember that being posted. It says a month ago. Man, that's been like 2 months ago. I don't know. I don't know if he goes to Rams. I think he's going to go to someone who has the need because of an injury. But he may come play for the Rams just to try to get another ring, play for a cheap deal, and then go out there and hit the market. Let's see the receivers.
Got my Panthers quarterback still out there.
What's that?
Panthers. Saw Baker sitting there on the board. Nobody having any Carolina love on this draft.
Yeah, the only time I tend to go grab a third quarterback is if I'm trying to pair it up with someone specific. So like,
and you have none to pair with.
No, I mean Daniel Jones, I could pair him up with Wan'Dale Robinson. I could probably still get my other guys. What round is this? This is 15. I still got 3 more picks. All right. I don't think I've drafted him one time, but I've got Daniel Jones now, and I can pair him up with Wan'Dale Robinson.
You took the wrong one. You meant Mac.
No, I've got Wan'Dale, man. You got to match him up with the teams. It's the only way to win this thing. I've got to find a receiver though that doesn't have a DM. Those guys have week 9 buys too. I didn't even realize that.
So you're gonna have Deshaun Watson's got a week 9 buy too. If you need a 4th quarterback.
So I need to go ahead and get. So I got 3 picks left, right? No, 2. Yeah, 3 picks left. I need a running back. I'm gonna have to get another receiver and another tight end. All right. So take the quarterbacks off the board. And I'm just going to have to play best player available. If he's there, I like the chances of TDP getting in and doing some damage. If not, I might just do the old give me Mark Ingram. He might fall in the end zone on the week that I need him.
Where are you going tight end?
I'll probably wait till the last dog is dead for the last tight end because I need to get a receiver that's worth a damn. And there really isn't any tight end to jump and scream about. In most weeks, Dalton Schultz should be the man. I might do something like grab Taysom Wilson. TDP's there. I got to grab him. This guy has looked pretty good in the preseason, and we know how much that the Eli Mitchell gets hurt. So I've got my running backs. I should be good there. I need a tight end and I need a receiver. It really comes down to the best player available at this point. Taysom Hill, I would take a chance on. Logan Thomas, what's his deal now? He is practicing again. Okay. Cameron Brate is one I might take a chance on. Looking up with Brady.
Take a flyer on Cobb with
this guy.
Adams being gone.
Dan Bellinger. What about if I grab the Giants tight end?
It pairs.
Pair him up.
Well, he'll be sitting there in the last round.
Exactly. So I can focus on a receiver in this round. I might just do that. I don't know much about him, but what the hell? Why not? So now got to grab a receiver. Laviska Shenault getting into Carolina. That could be interesting.
No interest in Cobb without Adams this year.
Randall Cobb?
Yeah. I'm just looking at the buys.
Not really, because they've got such a loaded bullpen of.
You don't know which one.
If I would have grabbed one of the Cleveland quarterbacks, Donovan People-Jones would have been my pick.
Just go get Duvernay and be done with it.
You
And
know
have
what?
all of Baltimore.
I'm gonna do this instead. I'm gonna get Taysom Hill. So I really have 4 quarterbacks on my team. Let's go. And I can wait until my last receiver. I'm hoping Shenault finds it in there. Because I feel like if they made a trade for him, they've got, if not, this guy here could do some things in the first few weeks. Because you're not drafting these guys expecting them to go off every single week. You just want those couple of peak weeks. See what other receivers that may be. Take the tight end off the board. Man, I just wish I had a clearer timeline of Odell Beckham. Like, is he going to play? Where, when is he going to play?
I think he'll play, but when? Don't know. That's a big gamble.
Ooh, that could be a good one. I do have. Oh, that's the one to go for. Because he's coming back off that injury. And Daniel Jones used to love him. So Sterling Shepard. That might be the good dart throw.
Week 9, though. You backing yourself in another week 9 wide receiver.
Week 9, I would still have 1, 2, 3. I'd still have 4 receivers. That is a good point. Did he? Hell, he just got drafted, so it doesn't matter. All right, so then let's go with Laviska Shenault then. What the hell? They might try to work him into different things. So this team, it's okay. It's hard.
Unorthodox, but I understand the point, what you're trying to accomplish.
I mean, Henry's going to give me solid yards every week, and then I like my receivers, and I like this. I don't know what the hell this guy's doing, but he went all wide receivers till the 7th round. Did he even? Oh, he did get one Tampa Bay receiver. But anyways, I mean, all in all, I think my team's okay. Maybe I should have went. I'll go ahead and stop sharing. Maybe I should have went somewhere else with the when it went to when I went Schultz, but man, Schultz fell so far. I was like, man, it's kind of hard to because once I grabbed Schultz, I felt like I had to grab Dak Prescott, but
you wound up with Gallup too, did you not?
I did. So realistically, it didn't work out that badly. I kind of wish that Shepard would have fell and I just would have had just went all in and said, screw it, that week 9 and my team may suck, but all right, let's go to
versus dominate the rest of the season's worth it sometimes.
Let's go to our because what they do is that they have you in tiers and you get the first round is essentially the first part of the season, like the first 13 weeks of the season. And then they break it down to the next tier would be the second round and so on and so forth. So you're just trying to get into the dance. And once you get in the dance, you're trying to hit big. All right. So you're saying Buffalo and Baltimore? No, you said Kansas City and Buffalo.
Yep.
I'm going Buffalo and Baltimore. I really feel like Lamar Jackson is going to ball out this year. I have no faith in our boys. I really want him to do well. I hope I'm dead wrong, but I don't think the Titans are.
Their quarterback's not ready, and Tannehill's going to have to prove himself back. And I mean, man, we did it without Henry. Is it? I feel it's wrong to not have faith in them, but I don't see it. Trading off AJ Green, not having a fix for Tannehill. I can't put them in there. I like you. I hope I'm shocked and they make it, but
I'm hoping Treylon Burks turns into something really special that none of us have seen in the preseason. But right now, it seems like it's going to be more of the same. They're going to pound the ball with Henry. They're going to try to work Woods in as much as they can, and it's going to be kind of a dull offense. And we might get to 10, 11 wins, and we might win the division. But to be able to go all the way and get to the championship round, I really think
this defense would have to be special, Mac. It will have to be special.
We screwed up. Our chance was last year.
Yep.
We should have beat the damn Bengals. And we would have had a puncher's chance against the Rams.
They should have got Henry cranked up the week before, or just rolled with what you got you there. The strategy to just roll him out in the playoff was a very bad one. Especially considering that this is a guy that must be hit continuous to get going. He is not a running back that just comes out of the gate. He is a contact back. Yak.
Yep.
That's what he does.
I think they missed their opportunity with this group. I think what they're going to try to do is rebound next year with Malik Willis, and hopefully Henry's still a damn Titan. Saying he's a free agent at the end of this year.
And I meant that yard after contact, not completion.
No, I know. I thought he just signed a 4-year deal. They're saying he's a free agent after this year.
Who's that?
Derrick Henry.
Well, I know he reworked it. He just reworked his deal for the last year, and they're still talking. I have not seen it been completed or finalized out. If so, I missed it. But they did rework this year, I guess, to make room for Tannehill's horrible contract and probably everybody else that's Jadeveon Clowney. And who was it from the Falcon, Vic Beasley, that stole $19 million? Yeah, that guy.
See, they say that. Now I'm looking at it, and I don't think they're right. I forget who said that, but what it's showing here is that he's not a free agent until 24, which makes more sense.
Maybe he reworked the last 2 years, but I know he's reworked the final end of his contract and restructured it.
What I never caught was whether or not he had an opt-out. Now, this is pretty reliable Spot Track, but it's showing here that he gets base salary and a signing of 9 total this year, and then next year 15. I don't know. I heard that somewhere, and it wasn't just on some random podcast or something. It was on one of the NFL Network or something. And I remember hearing at the time, but I was busy. It's like, what? How the hell is he a damn free agent already? He just signed that 4-year deal. They've probably got one more year. I'm thinking that whoever said that misspoke. All right, I'm taking Baltimore and Buffalo. You're taking Kansas City and Buffalo. Who's going to get there in the NFC?
I think it's going to be Packers and Rams. Somehow, I think Rodgers gets away to get them there.
I'm going to go Tampa Bay. It's so hard to repeat. But I can't take anyone out of the damn East. I don't trust any of those teams. God bless. It is hard to go against the Rams, isn't it?
It's very hard. They've got unlimited payroll, and they've got a locker for Odell that might just come back at any point in time, whenever he sees they need him.
There's no way that I trust anything going on with Arizona. Seattle's a disaster. Minnesota, They're not going to the damn Super Bowl. I guess I'll take the Rams, Tampa Bay and the Rams. I wanted something a little flashier, but that's not going to happen. Who's in your Super Bowl?
Rams, Chiefs.
Rams, Chiefs.
Unfortunately, I hope the Bengals make it, but I don't know that they get back there again. They don't have the roster that the Rams have.
I'm going to say Buffalo.
I hope you're right.
Versus Tampa Bay. And I'm going to take the Buffalo Bills to finally win a Super Bowl. Who's winning in yours?
It doesn't matter. I hope you're right. I'm going to pull the Chiefs because I think it's hard to repeat. And I think if the Chiefs are going to win another one, they got to do it now. The window's closing on that team. It's closing fast. Last year may have been their opportunity as well, but this is their year. If they're going to get another piece of hardware anytime soon, it's going to be this season. So I think it's it. They get the Rams.
Yeah, I think, man, we talk about our window closing. Their window is closing because when Kelsey gets old and all that money that's going to start kicking in for Mahomes' contract.
They're financially going to be strapped here shortly.
Real quick, let's go ahead and hit up a 6-pack. You pick 3, I pick 3.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'll let you start. I missed it.
Let me get the ledger out so I know we're. We got. I don't know where the hell I wrote down the first ones up, but anyways, I'll put it back here. All right, 3 picks. Going with NFL and or college, whatever you want to do, doesn't matter. I'm gonna hit the college books first. Should be more prepared, but man, I was sick as a dog yesterday, and I'm not much better today, but pulled through it. Let me see here. The first one, if I can get this thing to load correctly. All right. I'm going to take Louisville getting 6 points at Central Florida. Really feel like Louisville can hang in there, if not beat them. Not convinced of anything else. Do you have one?
I do. I've got mine.
Okay.
I'll take the obvious one from me off the board. I'm gonna take my Volunteers -5.5 at Pitt. I'll take that.
I'm showing 6.5 for you.
I'll take it.
Okay. The Tennessee -6.5 at Pitt.
I like my bookie better. If they don't win by 7 with that offense, then I deserve to lose it.
I'm going to take the Kentucky Wildcats +6. They're at Florida.
I got to adjust. That was one of mine. Give me A&M -18.5. Appalachian State coming into College Station. I got Texas A&M throttling them.
Is that a night game?
Afternoon, 2:30.
I don't even see it on my board, so who knows? Let me see. I think it's next week that they play. They're hosting the Hurricanes. Almost positive that's next week. I guess I ought to go grab an NFL game. Next week we'll be much more prepared. I mean, just know that every Wednesday we're going to do a 6-pack to go.
Well, while you pull your NFL, I know you will not take my third one.
Yeah.
This one's gonna crack you up. I'm gonna take Vanderbilt +12.5 at home against Wake Forest. What they did against Hawaii was phenomenal. Elon, not so much, but I like them at home riding a 2-game win streak with Wake Forest coming in. I'll take them as the home dog.
That's good. That should be a fun game, actually. Wake Forest got news yesterday that their quarterback is cleared to play. So they didn't even think that he was going to play this week. So that should be a fun game. It's in Nashville, right?
It is.
All right.
I mean, either way, Vanderbilt's going to be happy because the stadium's going to be full of black and gold, and they've never seen that. So
exactly. Let me see here. Let's go with. All right, I'm going to do one more. Dude, this is only 1 point. Give me the Carolina Panthers. 1 point favorite against Cleveland. Dude, Baker Mayfield's gonna mash their ass, man. I'm
I
going.
think I read a stat. Cleveland hasn't won a week 1 game in like 12 or 13 seasons. So I like that.
Start this week. They're in Carolina in the Baker Mayfield Bowl. I'm gonna tell you right now.
It's about to look like practice.
Get it, man. I'm gonna jump on that right now. That seems too good to be true.
Well, there goes the Browns bets.
There goes the neighborhood. There goes that air conditioning that we're gonna get next summer.
No, I don't get that hot down there. You'll be all right.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't believe that the Panthers are. I mean, do they know something I don't know? Is like Deshaun Watson going to get like a stay from the governor and get to play one game?
He's going to play under an alias.
That seems like easy money. Of course, every time something like that is like, I'll tell you something else. We'll do more of these this weekend, but Jacksonville, I think they got a puncher's chance against Washington.
I think so.
I mean, the last time the Jaguars saw Carson Wentz, they knocked his ass out of the playoffs. So why didn't they come start his season off right and beat his ass again?
Wishful thinking.
With the fantasy side, they're like, you got to draft Terry McLaurin and all these other guys because they're getting he's getting the best quarterback he's ever had in his career. Wait, is he? Is he really? Is Carson Wentz really the best quarterback? Because for my money, Alex Smith wasn't too damn bad.
No.
I'm not buying any hype with the Washington Commanders. You can pull for the commies if you want.
And who was the gentleman before that? How you like me now? Was it Cousins? Cousins in Washington?
He was, but I don't know if he was.
That was before him, though. Yeah.
What's your walk-off for the day, sir?
Oh, wide right isn't bad for Florida State fans anymore.
Yeah. Block that kick, baby. Block that kick.
Good win, guys. Good win.
I'm hoping I'm saying the same thing to you next week. That's going to be a fun one. I'm a little surprised it's not a night game. I wish it was, but it's 3:30 if folks are looking for. Oh, by the way, Mets have a 7-0 lead on the Pirates with DeGrom on the mound. That's a wrap. Well, we had to come out. It's over.
At least I saw Todd in the division today. I mean, he was there for a moment.
It ain't over. They got to go to Miami this weekend. My walk-off is Marlins take 2 or 3 from the Mets this weekend.
I hope you're right, sir. I hope you're right.
Which means that we just got to win 2 of 3.
Maybe DeGrom will go a complete game tonight and wear his arm out.
Yeah, just
not injure himself, but just, have to shut it down.
We'll have that thing just falling off, hanging by like just meat. Just fucking. Yeah. All right, brother. We'll see you next week.
See you, bud. Be safe.
Goodbye, sweetheart. It's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live.
The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Gonna get another cigarette.